give their testimony.
Sean?
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt, but can we do roll call?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And then the verify?
Yep. Call the meeting to order, and then we will do roll call. Madam Clerk, will you do the roll call?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chair Couillard is delayed. Elton Krim Jr. is delayed. Sean Paff.
Present.
Andrew Slager.
Present.
Rich Tate.
Present.
Ryan Sieb is delayed. You do have a quorum.
Excellent. Okay. And then verify one member has met the mandatory training requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I will tell you who that is. Okay. So Sean Paff has met the required training requirements, and Rich Tate has met the required training requirements.
Excellent. Item number 4 on the agenda, we're going to hear, deliberate, determine, and possible consideration of requests for waivers for the following residential objections. And prior to that, Madam Clerk, I need to read what's in front of me, correct? I would ask everyone to silence their cell phones and make sure you are the person who is authorized, or the owner, authorized agent or the owner. Clerk will swear you in to those present to give their testimony. I will read the property PIN number and type of property and the property owner's opinion of value into the record. And then I'm going to read this into the record. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of the property. Next, the sale of reasonably comparable property. Then all other approaches to value: income approach, income producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include a comparison to your neighbor's property unless it's recently sold in an arm's length transaction. At this time,
So we'll have Tammy Connors come up.
okay.
She's our first one scheduled for this morning.
Do you want to read the property number?
I sure can,
Please.
absolutely.
Okay.
Good morning. So we are here for the following hearing for Tammy Connors, 5194 Greenfield Park Drive, parcel 0609-232-0413-1.
Okay.
And then I'm going to swear you in. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
And could you state your name, full address for the record?
Tammy Stanek, 5192 Greenfield Park Road, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711.
Thank you. And then I need to swear in the assessor's office. Amy Mercer, the city assessor, was sworn in at the previous meeting on August 31st. I will swear her in again, and I'll be swearing in Julia Stover. So if you two could please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
And please state your name for the record.
Amy Mercer, the city assessor.
Julia Stover, assessment technician.
Thank you. So, Vice Chair, if you could ask the objector.
Okay. Do we need to read the property and the PIN number?
Nope, I did that
Okay.
already.
At this time, please share any exhibits that you'll be reading into the record. If you have an appraisal of the property under review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the board of review to consider the appraisal. And I'll be very lenient on this, but I just want to say it. Since we have a full agenda today, I'll give you a 2-minute warning when your presentation will be ending, and you have 10 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
And please, I'll just do it one more time. Please state your name and full address for the record, and you will also state what, in your opinion, is the fair market value of property and begin presenting your testimony. So again, state your name for the record and address.
Tammy Stanek, 5192 Greenfield Park Road, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711. Fair value, $438,000, excuse me. I believe I sent this information. I did not make copies. Did you need one?
I believe we have that, Madam Clerk, correct?
We do, and if you could, sorry, it's hard to take minutes and.
Oh, that's okay. Members of the committee, do you have?
So in your packet forms, you'll have her objection form, and she has a memo in there. And I'm sorry, Tammy, if you could
So
explain.
I'll just recap basically, or read what I had said, wrote to you. I made up a spreadsheet that showed the values going back to 2019 of for comparative in Oak Haven, which is the district that I live in, as well as surrounding properties. And most of these were also used from previous appraisals that I had received from that my house was appraised at. The last appraisal I received was 2018, at which time they appraised it or actually it was November 2018.
Tammy, I don't mean to interrupt you, but if you're gonna submit these exhibits, you actually need to physically read the exhibits into the record, okay? So your letter that you sent here and your spreadsheet, you're gonna wanna read that into the record.
So, okay, so I will read the letter. On 11/16/2018, we had an appraisal, and the appraisal value at that time was $418,400. We understand the market has changed since 2019, although our property tax increase is substantially higher than all the other properties in Oak Haven, as well as the comparative houses that were used by the assessor to compare our house value at the time of our appraisal. We have made no improvements to our home to justify a 45% increase in value. I have put together a list of properties in Oak Haven neighborhood, as well as 4 that were used on other previous appraisals as comparative properties. Looking at the comparative property tax increase, ours has increased considerably higher than all the others. The average overall increase is 15%, not including ours, which is 45% on the other comparative properties. If we take the average 15% from 2021 assessment on our home, which was $381,200, our total value would be $438,380. If we use the assessment level of taxation for our district given to me by the city assessor of 1.21% over 3 years based on 2019 value from the date of the appraisal, that would total $433,174, which is very close to the amount of the increase of all the other homes in the area, as well as the 15% average for 2022. The average of these two numbers would be a fair amount for our 2022 value based on the values you have assessed other comparative homes in our area, the value of $436,000. And then the spreadsheet that I had put together is going to be very hard for me to read in because there's a lot of numbers here. Can I just recap that?
How would you like to do that, Madam Chair? She has to read it in.
If it's going to be submitted as part of her testimony, she needs to read it into the record.
Okay.
Okay, so for address 5192 Greenfield Park Road, The acreage is .58. 2022 is 447,100. 2021, 307,900. 2020, 3,700. 2019 was 378 for an average increase of 45% for this year. That is just the property. Now for the land, for the same address, $97,000 in 2022. 2021, it was $73,300. In 2020, it was $73,300. 2019, it was $55,000 for a total increase of $32,000. So on 2020, the total increase for 2022, based on property and land, equals 43%. 5170 Irish Lane. I am just going to read the totals so that I can get this all in. I think that might be more beneficial, rather than breaking out the property and the land percentage differences. So I will do the total, overall total for each year for each property. 5170 Irish Lane. The total for 2022 was $342,300 was assessed value. 2021, it was $276,500. 2020, $276,500. 2019, $253,800. For a total increase of 24%. Now that one was also in Oak Haven. Another one in Oak Haven was in 2022 was increased to $341,900. 2021, the value was $295,100. 2020, $295,100. 2019, $306,700 for a total increase of 16% overall average.
That property was 5425 Irish Lane, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. That property was 5425 Irish Lane. The next property is 2403 Kathleen Street. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, in 2022, $381,300 was the assessed value. 2021, the value was $338,600. 2020, $338,400. 2019, $320,800. The total increase was 13%. I do want to go back to my property. I did put market values, which I didn't read in as well. I don't actually, let's just keep going, because then I'd have to read them all in. Stoneman Drive, 5224 Stoneman Drive was another comparative property. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The value in 2022 went to $381,300. 2021, $338,600. 2020, $338,400. 2019, $328,800 for a total increase of 13%. The next property comparative that I have is 5229 Dahmers Drive. The 2022 total was $387,700. 2021, $343,100. 2020, $343,100. 2019, $303,800 for a total increase of 13%. The next one was also 5215 Dahmers Drive. The increase there was $448,800 for 2022, 2021, $384,400, 2020, $384,400, 2019, $308,600 for a total increase of 18%. The next comparative is 5713 Rossler Lane. 2022, it was $453,800. 2021, $416,300. 2020, $416,300. 2019, $392,700 for a total of 9% increase overall average. Then we go down to 2711 Richardson Street. 2022, $488,000 was the assessed value. 2021, $427,000. 2020, $427,000. 2019, $397,300 for a total of 16% increase. Then we go to 3025 Edenberry Street. 2020, the total assessed value is $449,100. 2021, $408,300. 2020, $408,300. 2019, $402,600 for a total of 10% increase. And the last one would be 5226 Nine Bark Drive. 2022, the total was $468,500. 2021, $411,500. 2020 was $411,500. 2019 was $395,300 for a total increase of 14%. Taking all of these comparatives that I put together here, I got an average of a 15%, not including mine, was a 15%. Mine alone was a 43%. I gave you the averages of the other one. No one even came close to my comparative, which makes me, and we had done, there was absolutely no improvements to our house in actually the time we've lived there, because we built it 13 years ago, so there have been no improvements. I'm sorry, what's that?
Could you read into the record the asterisk and what it means, your little note?
Oh, yes. The comparison on previous appraisals of 5192 Greenfield Park Road. So that is what this,
Okay.
what this is. The ones that are asterisked are 5213 Rossler Lane, 2711 Richardson Street, 3025 Edenberry Street, 5226 Nine Bark Drive were all comparisons on appraisals that I have received from other appraisers. So that's where I got a lot of the houses to use for comparison values.
We're at the 2 minutes here, kind of 2 minutes remaining if you want to keep going or wrap up or how.
So I guess I just, I'm trying to look at all the other ones that are in this area and do not see where their increase has been comparative to ours in the same, both Oak Haven and, comparison area. And because we've done no improvements, I don't see where the increase would be as large as 45%, excuse me.
Okay. Let me just see here, just to make sure I get my verbiage right. Thank you for being patient.
So then the assessor will
Okay.
present their testimony.
And they get 10 minutes as well? Okay. All right. Amy, floor is yours. Or Julia? Microphone, please. Thank you.
Thought it was automatic. Okay.
No problem.
So thank you. We are distributing written information summarizing the basis for completing the 2022 assessment of the subject property. And I'll briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. Hi, my name is Julia Stover. I've been employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Department since December 2021. I have a certificate in property assessment valuation from the Waukesha County Technical College and a Bachelor of Science in Consumer Science from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I've also completed other various trainings. Section 2 here states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate full value, often referred to as market value, of property as of January 1st, 2022. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. Statute 70.32 outlines that property shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at full value, which could ordinarily be obtained, therefore, at private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of recent arm's length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all properties in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date, using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll find the location map of the subject property. 5192 Greenfield Park Road is located just south of Irish Lane and just west of Saline Road on the east side of Fitchburg. In the next few pages, we have the property record card containing specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements to the subject site. This parcel, 0609-232-0413-1, address 5192 Greenfield Park Road, is in the neighborhood of Oak Haven Park. On the right-hand side, you'll see the assessment history here with a land value for 2022 of $97,000 and an improvement value of $447,100 for a total assessed value of $544,100. This is a two-story colonial home with aluminum vinyl. Oh, I skipped a page. Okay, sorry. We'll go to page 2. This shows building permits. We don't have any recent building permits on file. Also shows sale history, no recent sales of the property. It looks as our last full viewing of the property was back in January of 2010. The appellant completed an open book appointment, but it looks as if they called after the open book period ended and spoke with Amy regarding the property data. Amy reviewed the property record card with the owner, and it appears that all information is accurate. And this neighborhood, Oak Haven Park, happened to increase significantly. We ran comps and comparables, and we found that there was no change to the property. Oh, okay. Also, there's the land record here. Shows the land use this year, 25,267 square feet. Okay, and then page 3 shows that this is a two-story colonial home with aluminum or vinyl siding, a 5-bedroom, 4-bath with the ratings of equipment, kitchen, bath, interior, exterior ratings all listed as average. There are 2 gas fireplaces. First floor square footage of 1,415 square feet. Second floor, 1,354 square feet. And some basement finish, rec room of 900 square feet. And it's rated as a C+ grade property. We also have the attachments listed here. There is an attached stoop, a deck, and attached garage of 581 square feet. The next page, page 4, shows a electronic sketch of the property. It looks as if the rec room basement finished space was estimated at some point, based on, I'm guessing, based on building plans. Okay. The next page is the market valuation detail. This summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2020 and 2021 arm's length sales. So this is the same data that we just discussed on the property record card. It shows the replacement cost new as we applied the standardized cost tables, which gives us $380,135. And then we take off physical depreciation. And for this home, that was $71,807. And then the next section is market adjustments, where we apply our neighborhood modifiers. We either add or subtract here, and there was an addition of $138,748. So we see that all neighborhoods sell differently. So this neighborhood had a 45% increase across the board. So that gives us a total assessment of $544,100. Okay, the next page is a map that locates the subject property as well as 5 comparable sales that we used. And then the following page is a list of each comparison. I'll review those briefly. So the first comparison is 2730 Jasmine Drive that had a sale price in September of 2021 of $481,500, and when we had adjusted the sale price, it came to be $526,000. The next comparison is 2416 County Highway MM with a sale price in April of 2020 for $353,000 and an adjusted sale price of $513,400. The next one is 2638 Penwall Circle with a sale price in June of 2021 for $425,000 and an adjusted sale price of $524,800. Sale comparison 4 is 5707 Frusher Lane with a sale in February of 2021 of $580,000 and an adjusted sale price of $591,900. Sale comparison 5 is 1852 Briarwood Lane with an October 2020 sale of $365,000 and an adjusted sale price of $524,700. So the above grade area ranges from 1,960 to 2,769 square feet. The below grade area ranges from 840 to 1,415 square feet. The year built ranges from 1960 to 2007. The first floor square footage is pretty comparable. And then if you look at the finished basement living area, FBLA, and rec room, they all have some finished basement besides the last comparable. The report adjusts for sale prices for differences such as the lot, building attributes, age and condition, market location, and detached structures, if any. The adjusted sale prices range from $513,400 to $591,900. The adjusted sale prices of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the assessed value of $544,100 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2022. In summary, then, there is not a recent arm's length sale of the subject property, but consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using a valuation model based on Volume 2 of the manual and 2020 and 2021 arm's length sales. The mass appraisal assessment is supported and validated utilizing recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties adjusted for differences between them and the subject property. I also just wanted to mention that these comparables are pulled by our computer as the closest comparable properties to the subject. And that concludes my presentation.
Vice Chair,
Yes.
at your direction, I will enter or mark Assessor Exhibit A, and I will also mark Objector Exhibit A to the Objector's exhibits.
Please do.
Thank you.
Without objection, yes. So at this time, Madam Clerk, are we at a point where I go to the point about any more testimony out there?
So at this point, if there's any questions
Okay.
for either the assessor or the objector, the board is able to ask that.
Okay. I'll throw it out to the group. I have a couple questions, but Mr. Tate.
I'm noticing the difference in the comps. What criteria does the program use to determine which homes to use for comps?
So the assessor's office, as comparables, we use recent arm's length sales. That's the first criteria. I don't know if the appellant used sales. It doesn't appear like they were actual sales, that they were just additional properties within that she was looking at. So I believe they were, are you looking at were your comparables based on actual sales, or are they just properties assessments?
That actually showed the difference in values as they, for each year.
Yeah.
The assessed value.
So I have a question.
So there were ones in Oak Haven and other ones in the area, sorry.
Rich, that answer your? So I have a question on top of Rich's question.
Mm-hmm.
So Julia, are these all 5 bedrooms that you're comparing? Because the subject property is a 5-bedroom, you said, correct?
The subject property, I believe, is a 5-bedroom. So we have 4-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 4-bedroom. So the program, I believe, uses square footage as the first comparison, and bedrooms are not.
So it looks at all of the criteria, and then we place that criteria in, first we look at a neighborhood and the use. So first we want to make sure it's the same use, like residential. Then we'll look at things like your neighborhood and your neighborhood group first. It's going to pull those sales first, and then it's going to look at square footage, grade. The grade's really important. You don't want to compare a tract-built home to a custom-built home, an executive mansion. So we look at it, it draws all of that in, and it just goes right down the system to find the most comparables. And then we'll look at that. It'll pull in like 30 comparables, and then we usually pick the first 3, 4, or 5. Sometimes if it's a property like this property is in a more of a rural neighborhood, and those neighborhoods tend to have a wider array. So this home is a little different for what her neighborhood is, and that's why it went further out into other neighborhoods. If you look at the comps, I think they're
That's
all
right.
other neighborhoods. And so it went into other neighborhoods to find properties that were two-story within her square footage that property owners would be looking for.
So it's a unique city that we live in for a lot of reasons, but it's 3 school districts. Does the school district matter on comps or no? She would be in the
No.
Oregon School District, and Jasmine would be in the Verona School District.
Right. The school district for us, we did not find that because we have such a diverse community. So people may choose that, but someone else may say, I want Verona schools. Someone else may say, I want Oregon schools.
So that is not a parameter that you guys use.
It's not, and that parameter would be built into the market modifier that is applied to each neighborhood. So we do a lot of stratifying here in Fitchburg because our housing stock is so diverse.
Correct.
And because of that, we look at a smaller neighborhood first and find out what that neighborhood itself is doing, and then we look into a larger neighborhood group. So we have each of those neighborhoods put into larger neighborhood groups that tend to pull in the same, like school district, things like that. And on the comps, let's see here. I believe it's the all other adjustments at the bottom line. That is your actual, like, the adjustment. Oh, no, actually, it's on the neighborhood adjustment. So on the first page of each comp, where it says your neighborhood, you'll see an adjustment there, and that adjustment is adjusting for that neighborhood modifier applied to each of those neighborhoods.
I have another question, but if anybody else wants to go at this time, go ahead and jump in here. Go ahead, ma'am. Yes.
I didn't know if it was you or me. I do have a couple questions. You had said that the adjusted, the sales prices on the comparatives that you use were not from Oak Haven, but were they actual sales? Because the prices you're using are adjustments of increases. What I understood anyways was the sale price was lower than the adjusted price.
Real quick, Amy, before you answer that, Madam Clerk, just a process question. Is it okay for for her to ask questions?
It is okay for
All right,
the
I just want-
objector to
well,
ask
keep going. I'm
questions
sorry.
of the assessor,
Keep
correct?
going, Tammy, thank you.
Yeah, so let's just look at comp one. That'll be, an easy, so the sale price itself on comp one was $481,500. Now, if you go down below, where all of those differences are, so let's look at the land. The land of the subject is .58 acres. Comp one was .26 acres, so it's about half the size. So it adjusts the land value to your property. So everything that is different between the properties, the square footage, the land, grade, so like your grade was listed as a C+, comp one was a B-, so that's adjusting to your property. It's taking $34,700 off of the comp to adjust the differences between those properties. So if you go back to right under the picture on comp one, the net adjustments, that $44,500, is the total number of everything that's different between those and how those dollar values are adjusting for each one of those.
So you're not necessarily using the actual sale price. You're using an adjusted amount to get to a sale price.
Correct, because someone would pay, let's say you have two properties that are absolutely identical, except one has basement finish and one doesn't. Someone will pay more for that basement, for the house with with basement finish versus one without. So you'd have to take the sale price and then adjust for that basement finish. Like, let's say a comp has basement finish, but the subject doesn't. You'd have to take let's say it's $540, and the basement finish value is $40,000. You'd have to take that $40,000 off to make that property just like yours, and then that would make that adjusted sale price $500,000, because theirs would have a little more amenities than your property would have. So we always have to take a sale price and adjust it up or down for each item that's different.
Would
to
you
make
not-
it just like yours.
Did you not find any in the Oak Haven area?
The Oak Haven sales, if I recall, were a lot different than your property. They were either an older property, they might have been one story, less square footage. If they were a good comparable, they would have came in on this sheet, and we would have pulled them in. This pulls in the best comparables that they consider someone like your house who would be looking for a 5-bedroom home that would have, 1,400 square feet on first and a second of 1,354 plus some basement finish. They're going to look around for a property like that. If you have a family of husband and wife and 4 children, you're not going to buy a house that has 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. So you're going to look at other homes that would meet that criteria.
So my last question was that you had said Oak Haven went up 45% across the board. On some of the comparatives that I looked at, I did not find that.
So I'm not sure which neighborhood. I think when I looked at your exhibit, I was just looking at them and based on street names. I don't have the computer in front of me, but, like Richardson Street, that's not in your neighborhood group. I don't think Stoneman Drive is. Kathleen Street, I don't think is in your neighborhood.
Stoneman is in Swan Creek.
Yep. So they're different neighborhoods. So when you're looking at these percent increases or decrease, we start with the sales within those neighborhoods and then take it up or take it down within that neighborhood. So let's see. So let's say Swan Creek needed to be adjusted by 13%. So that whole neighborhood went up 13%, unless there was something different within that neighborhood.
Right.
So let's say let's say that we came out and they added all basement finish. So they'd have actually 2 changes on that property. They would have the change for the new construction of that basement finish that might take it from 400 to 440. And then we would apply that modifier after we have all the data accurate, because then we'd see that those sales in that neighborhood still went up 13% on top of that. So in a case like that, they'll have 2 changes. So one property might go up 20% because part of that change is due to market and part of that change is due to new construction, if that makes sense. But we literally go into each neighborhood and we apply a modifier to that neighborhood based on what the sales show us after we validated those sales.
Well, my question, if you don't mind me jumping in here, is Tammy, for you, how did you find your comps? What was your metrics, or what were you thinking?
Some of them were from previous appraisals. I had appraisal done when I did some refinancing in 2018. I had other older appraisals that I pulled, and they also use comparatives to value your home. I took quite a few of those comparisons, and I just drove around the neighborhood and looked at ones that were similar in size, and wrote down the addresses and looked them up on Access-Stain.
So I want to go back to what...
And that's where I got all my numbers.
Good. I want to go back to what Amy said. Amy, you said that her home, beautiful home, I'm sure, but it's unique for that neighborhood because it's a larger size, or it's newer, or because Greenfield's been around for a while, that neighborhood. So those houses, does it matter what year her house was built, or does it?
So what we do is we will go into each neighborhood, first we validate all the sales.
Correct.
And we make sure that data is accurate on that property. Then, once all the initial processing done is changing for new construction and sales and making sure it's accurate, then we actually extract those sales out and we look by neighborhood at what they are. Then we apply a modifier to that neighborhood. If that whole neighborhood is showing us, every sale if it's a sale similar to hers, it shows it goes up 45. And one that's a ranch that's only 900 square feet shows us it goes up 45. Any sales within a neighborhood, if we see it's consistent, then we'll apply that consistent modifier. If we see a variable, so for example, the crossing condos down the street here, some of those have basements, some don't. In a neighborhood, some neighborhoods will see that ranch-style homes sell different than the two-story. And we'll see a complete different split within a neighborhood. When we see a wide split like that, then we actually stratify further. Then we'll apply a modifier to like a story height or a style within that neighborhood to make that additional adjustment. I'm not sure if that's making sense or not, but we continue to stratify until we can see that that neighborhood seems to be coming in. Once we do that, then staff goes through the whole neighborhood to make sure everything is looking right, and I run comps for the entire city. So I'll run comps throughout the whole weekend, and the system will automatically pull in the top 3 comps. So when the staff goes through and looks at each neighborhood, after we apply a modifier, then we'll look and see if those comps are really supporting that or not supporting that. So we do a bigger picture, and then we just keep getting smaller and smaller to make sure that each property is coming in line with what those sales, what we believe the sales are. We do mass appraisal. So you can look at her comps, and some are above her assessment, some are below it. It is mass appraisal. And this year it was extremely challenging because we had 2 years of sales. And so, you have to look at that. Some sales in some neighborhoods were even, I'm blanking on the term, but repeat sales, where property sold twice in like 18 months. And I was amazed at what we found during that time frame. So it was challenging to look at all of those markets this year and try and make sure we have those values appropriate for the city.
Any other questions? My last question is, when was the last time her home was assessed again?
I believe it was in
13?
it looks like 2010. Let me just look at the paper file.
Last time it was viewed?
Yeah.
In the computer it says that, but it looks
I might have
on-
missed it, Julia, just for a repeat.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like they gained entrance for basement only in March 9th of 2012.
And when was all of Greenfield assessed at the same time as Ms. Connor's home was recently? Or when was the last time you went through that neighborhood
Oh, in full?
Yeah.
I believe the city, what I was told was that the city did a full reval in 2005, another full reval in 2010.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I wasn't here at that time,
Sure.
but that's what I was told. So we have not done a full walkthrough of that neighborhood. And if we think that needs to happen, we just add that into our workload. So when a neighborhood starts getting harder to analyze in that, then we'll put that neighborhood in for a full walkthrough. Like I mentioned, the crossing, they came to me when I first started here, and Northlight, they came to me. And so I put it into my workload for the next year to do full walkthroughs of all of those condos. So that's how we handle it.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Connors here or the assessing department?
Excuse me. I'm kind of very surprised, this is for our assessment group, that there's a 45% adjustment for all of Oak Haven Park. And what surprises me is that there's only one person that's objecting to this. Overall, can we say that overall, everybody in the area's assessments went up drastically? Everybody in the neighborhood?
Everyone in Oak Haven Park would have had that.
The 45% adjustment?
Yep. So we go, I actually keep a list of everything. So when property owners call, we can look and we can verify what each neighborhood goes up. So each neighborhood in the city changes. So sometimes you don't have a whole lot of sales in one year, so you, what we call temper it. And let's say we have 2 sales that show us 10% increase. But the neighborhood group shows us only a 6% increase. Then we'll temper that, and we'll use that 6% because we have enough sales to support that, but we don't, those 2 at 10 might be on the high end, not on the, not the average, because we're always going to have a spread of maybe, whatever, 6 to 10%, but that average is 6, so we'll go with that 6. So you always have outliers. And so one year we might temper at 6%, the next year we might temper again at 6, and then all of a sudden we're getting further and further behind in a neighborhood. Then we'll look and we'll say, wait a minute, this neighborhood needs to catch up. So in another year, it catches up and we see that we have enough stats to actually change that, that it is always falling behind in that neighborhood. If that makes, I'm not sure if that's making sense or not.
I'm still just surprised at the
Yeah, it was the highest percentage for the entire city. We had some neighborhoods that were variable, the unplatted, like urban service area, the rural residential neighborhoods, those were variable because we made adjustments to land value because their land value had fallen way behind. And so we made the adjustment to the land value and then looked at the cost tables with that land value. And then that brought it in line, nicely with what the sales were showing us. So there are times that certain times we get enough stats that we do have to make changes that are more severe than other times.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Rich.
And we do have to remember, this is a 2-year economic change. It's not 1 year.
Correct.
So if you think of the market changing 7% each year, if it's 2 years, that average is 14, but that's an average. So you're going to have some neighborhoods at 10 and 10 going up 20. Others might have been 5 and 5, only going up 10, because it is 2 years of market increase.
Right. I am now closing the testimony on this case. I will now open it up for deliberations in the case by asking the Board of Review members to state, based on sworn testimony presented, whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. I do want to just preface, and I don't want this to be too dramatic here, but at 9:30, I do have to table or put a little pause in the meeting because I have to do a call for my day job. I've got to be on, and that time is at 9:27 now. So we can start deliberations now, or if you just want to pause for a few moments. I don't want to, or it's up to you guys.
Just ask a general question about scheduling.
Yeah.
How does it work? Is everyone scheduled for 9 a.m.?
No.
Well, I'm scheduled for 9 a.m., but it's 9:30 now. We talked about.
So it's an estimated time to have you arrive, so sometimes cases take a little bit longer based on discussions.
And there's zero flexibility to reschedule when you can't make it. He can take a work call, but I have to be here and I can't reschedule.
I mean, we'll keep going on. I mean, I understand, sir, but
I
that's,
can't comment, sir. I'm just the board clerk. I just scheduled.
we can keep going. Again, as I mentioned it to the group a week ago when we talked. At 9:30, I had to step out for a moment. You want to just take a few moments here to break, or do you want to, Rich, do you want to start a debate, or what do you guys want to do here?
I'm good, whatever you want.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever you want, it's
Okay.
fine.
Again, as mentioned, I just need to take a few moments to do this call. If we could, what's the official verbiage here, Tracy?
So you'd want to recess for
Yeah.
however long?
I'd like to recess until 9:45, please.
All right.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay. Right, thank you, everyone. I reconvene the meeting of the Board of Review. I appreciate people's patience, but we will get back to the task at hand. In front of this committee is deliberations on the property at 5194 Greenfield Park. You've heard testimony from Ms. Connors, who's the owner. You've heard testimony from Ms. Stover and Ms. Mercer from the city's assessing department, so now the ball is in our court, so to speak. So
Correction, it was 5192.
5190, so I have 5190, says 5194 on the agenda, so 5192 Greenfield Park. Thank you, Rich. So I guess now the conversation is among us as Board of Review members. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? So take some conversation from the floor if you want, or if there's a motion, we can get a motion on the table and debate it from there. It's really discretion of this committee. Paul, you want to start? Are there any, go ahead, if you want to offer a motion, go ahead.
I guess my thought is that 43% increase in value just gives me a little sticker shock. And I know it's 2 years. This is kind of a tough one. The assessor's comps are not really as close to the subject property as I'd like. And Ms. Connors provided some values from Irish Lane, which are much closer. And I know that might mean it's in a different neighborhood, but I feel like that assessor's increase is a little much. And I guess I'm a newbie to this board, so
It's okay.
I'm just curious about what our next move is.
Okay, so let's discuss a little bit here before we do motions and stuff, and then we'll ask the clerk before we get a motion. Rich, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm 100% agreement. The 45% increase just floored me. The 45% adjustment, all that, it just seems like that's huge. And I still have a hard time with that.
Anybody else want to jump in here all? Tracy, am I missing anybody online here? No, we're not. Oh, so there's no one online?
Nope.
Okay, so my conversation to this piece, and then we'll get a motion or we'll move forward. I understand the number of 45%. I get that shocks a lot, but I think something that sticks out to me are twofold. One, it's been 2 years and it's been a very active market. And two, someone who's been around the neighborhoods in Fitchburg in my day, knocking doors, this is a house that's a little different than the rest of Greenfield. It's a beautiful home. I've never personally been in the home, of course, but I get that point that the assessing department is making. So that's where I would kind of be leaning. I know 45% is a big number. Brian, right? Andy, sorry. Yeah. Andy, do you want to make a motion? And before we do, Madam Clerk, what are our options here? Clearly, we need to give some direction to the public of where we want to go. And if we were to approve a motion that would disagree with the assessing department, what happens? Or if we'd approve a motion that agrees with the assessing department, what happens?
So based on the state statutes, Chapter 7 of the Wisconsin State Statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. If you feel that the objector has proven the assessor wrong, then you would make a motion to adjust those numbers as to what you feel or what the correct numbers should be. If you feel that the objector did not overcome that presumption of correctness, then you would make a motion to, what's the correct verbiage here, sorry. Uphold the assessor's value and read into a record what the current land and improvement value is based on the assessor's work.
So to take your point further, if this committee was to disagree with the assessing department, we then would have to come up with our number?
That's correct.
Okay. And then last thing I have, just on a process question, because I want to make sure we're all up to speed. If Ms. Connors disagrees with us, our final motion, what are her recourses? Or
So she does have appeal rights,
Okay.
that if she doesn't agree with the board's decision, she can work with the appeal rights to go to
So she has other options?
court. She does, correct.
Okay, that's the,
Yeah.
thank you for the 101, not the 101, but we're just getting ourselves all up to speed. Andy, I'm going to go back to you. Do you want to make a motion, or do you want to, I can make a motion, I may not agree with the motion you want to make, I'm just speculating here, but what would you like to do, or Rich, what are your thoughts? Let's get something on the floor here.
All right, I'm surprised at myself, but I saw no errors from the assessor's department here. I didn't hear of any, and I think I'd make a motion that we accept the assessment as provided from our assessment, from the Fitchburg Assessment Office.
I'll second that motion. Okay, now we're up for discussion. The motion on the table is to accept the number that Julia and Amy from the assessing department have presented to us. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Rich says aye.
Sean, aye. Andy's a no. Motion passes.
You need to speak, though.
Nay. This is Andy.
And let the record state it was 2-1 and roll call vote. Madam Chair, Clerk, did you get all that?
I did, thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Thanks for your testimony.
Yep, so the vice chair is going to direct me to present you with the board's decision, and your appeal options available are listed at the bottom of this determination form, okay?
Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on, sir. We got a process we got to follow, all right? Yes, we are, sir. You may not like the process, but there's a process that the community has to follow. I'd ask you that you do that. We are being as respectful as we can with people's time. These are very important decisions that we are about to make. So we're good, right? Okay, I'll give you, Madam Clerk, are you ready to move to the next item?
I am ready.
Okay, we are now moving to item 4B. Okay? I ask everyone to silence their cell phones. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statute gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. I'm going to read the property name in a second. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are the best evidence of value, that reasons arm's length sale of subject property, next the sale of reasonable comparable property, then all other approaches to value, income approach, income-producing properties and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there's not an active market. Madam Clerk, do you want to read the property address and the PIN
Yeah,
number?
so next we have Jason Lesner, 3030 Bosshard Drive, parcel number 312-504-1043. And would you like me to swear him in?
Yes, please.
Okay. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
The objector has been sworn in, and for the record, the assessor's office has been sworn in previously.
All right, and now at this time, we ask the objector to share any exhibits that you'll be reading into the record. If you have appraisal of the property and a review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraisal. Sir, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, I guess 10 minutes isn't a lot of time, right? For the record, I was scheduled at 9. I think we're now at 9:55.
Yeah?
One of the things I'd like to ask, I talked to Tracy about this because I have a conflict today. If there's flexibility, if I could reschedule just to have my story told and heard and reviewed, I greatly appreciate it. You know, I know everyone has busy schedules. I do, you do, obviously, right? But we're not following the schedule here, and I just love the opportunity to have a chance because I really have 5 minutes before I have to leave. So I don't know if I should stop talking, let you guys talk about that opportunity, but I'd appreciate it if you could reschedule.
I mean, I'm sympathetic to the gentleman, but these are, not trying to make excuses for government, but sometimes these things take a little while. I mean, it's a morning appointment. So, Madam Clerk, does this happen in the past, I'm sure, or what are your thoughts? I don't want to, this gentleman has to leave at 10 o'clock. I mean,
So this is a quasi-judicial board.
yep.
You do have the option to reschedule for the gentleman. He is here now, but that is up to your discretion. I am not a voting member nor a member of the
Okay,
board.
I just want to get process.
A question.
Yes.
We've segregated these by commercial and residential. Is there any, I have no problem hearing this later.
Yeah, right.
If I can make it, but would there be a problem having him come at the tail or beginning of a commercial hearings, just as or do they have to be segregated? Do they have to be distinctly different hearings, or can we combine them?
Amy,
Or
do you want to jump in?
Yeah, no, you do not have to combine them. We just do it so it's easier to understand, and
Sure.
you're not jumping back and forth from the approaches, so it seems to be easier for the board. I don't make that decision.
Sure.
But I do know everyone has their appeal rights.
Yep.
And they should not be limited on their time to speak or present to the board. So if he does not have that ability to present his whole case, then I think it's better, because I would much rather he have his
Correct.
time here instead of going on to circuit court or
Correct.
a certiorari review stating he did not have his due process.
I would agree, and I want to be respectful to you, but I also ask moving forward, so I think our goal here is to give the gentleman more time. The committee members comfortable with moving this to a future date?
Yes.
Okay, you're good, Andy?
Yes.
Do we have a motion?
So for that record, the future date, our next scheduled meeting is September 19th. I can put you on at first thing in the morning at 8 o'clock. Board is to convene at 8 o'clock on September 19th. We cannot set I suppose you could set just a individual date for just this hearing, but if
No.
you want them to come to the next board meeting, that would be September 19th at 8 a.m.
Or that committee is scheduled to go how long? I mean, all day, mostly? I guess what I'm trying to say to the objector is, I understand your situation today, and we're going to resolve that for you.
Thank you.
But if we get you time, well, we're doing our best here. I mean,
Understand.
if you've testified on city council hearing agendas on X, some people sit here till 11 o'clock at night. I'm just saying, when they say a meeting starting at 7:30. I'm not trying to make excuses, but that's how this stuff works. So I think the goal here is, Do we need a motion to move?
I would recommend a motion to postpone until September 19th at 8 a.m., if that works for the objector.
Does that work on your calendar?
I will make that work.
Thank you.
All right, this is Rich. I'll make a motion that item
Item 4B.
4B, Jason Lessner, be deferred or delayed or rescheduled for the September 19th, 8 a.m. slot, scheduled meeting.
I second. This is Andy.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Mr. Lessner of 3030 Bosshard Drive is postponed till September 19th at 8 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
See you then. Okay. Mr. Brockhart is here? Yes. Okay. We're now moving to item 4C. I ask everyone to silence their cell phones. Confirm that the person testifying, you own the property, Mr. Brockhart, or your authorizing agent?
I own the property, yes.
Okay. I would ask the clerk to swear in those to present their testimony.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
For the record, the Assessor's Department has been sworn in previously.
Madam Clerk, would you read the property and the PIN number, please?
So before you, you have Jared Brockert, 2747 Jasmine Drive, parcel number 0609 084 6170-3.
Before we get started, Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are the best evidence of value at a recent arm's length sale of a subject property, the sale of reasonably comparable property, then all other approaches to value, income approach and income-producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. At this time, please share any exhibits that you'll be reading into the record, sir. If you have an appraisal of the property under review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraisal. We'll give you 10 minutes, and I will be flexible on that, of course, and I'll give you a 2-minute warning when you get close. You may begin.
I'd like to share Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, and Exhibit 3.
You just want to state your name and your property, just for the record.
Yeah, of course. My name is Jared Breckert, and my property is 2747 Jasmine Drive.
Thank you.
Do you guys have Exhibit 1, 2, and 3 in front of you, or?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you do. Perfect. All right. Let me see if I can find. So Exhibit 1 was just a summary of my objection. I'll just read it to you guys. So
I'm sorry to interrupt. Don't mean to interrupt. Just for the record, Elton Krim has joined the meeting
Thank you.
at 10:02.
Elton, you want to say hi to us? Test, Elton, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. I'm here.
Jeremy, are you good? All right, sir. Go ahead, get started.
Yes. All right. So Exhibit 1, this was just a summary of my objection, reason for objections. Data from Lacey Heights neighborhood shows that my house was not assessed in a consistent and uniform way with the rest of the neighborhood. Specifically, my house was assessed at $238 per square foot, making it the most expensive home by square foot in Lacey Heights, and $75 per square foot above the median. The basis for my opinion for the assessed value, the data of Lacey Heights neighborhood shows that 88.5% of the homes received a 13.8% assessment increase or less from the 2021 assessment. A 13.8% assessment increase over 2021 would value my home at $485,357. Let me go ahead and, before we even jump in, I'm going to go over Exhibit 2 with you, but before I do that, I want to show Exhibit 3. Do you guys have the spreadsheet in front of you of Exhibit 3, just so that I can explain what I did here?
Exhibit 3.
Yeah, I believe it's called Exhibit 3 Lacey Heights 2022 Property Assessment.
Yeah, I do see that. It says Exhibit 3 shows that when looking at the square footage, the living area statistic. Is that the one you're talking about?
Would you mind if I just take a look just to make, or can you hold it up for me just so I can see that? So that is from Exhibit 2, and that's a diagram that I took a photo of Exhibit 3, but Exhibit 3 itself is a full spreadsheet
okay.
that has about 106 rows, or let me see how many rows it has. It has 106 rows on the first tab of it, and then the second tab is about 7 rows.
Does everyone have that or not? What is the first address on Exhibit 3?
The first address would be my own, 2747 Jasmine Drive.
Next one is 2743.
Yes, 2743, yep,
That says, okay.
yep.
Guys, Andy, Rich, you good? Alden,
Yes.
You good?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So yeah, and just reading the columns over, you see address, 2022 assessed value, 2021 assessed value, percent of increase from 2021, square footage, assessed value per square foot, assessed for 2021, assessed value for square foot 2022, grade, condition, and year built. Is that all matching up with what you guys? I just
Yep.
want to make sure we're looking at the same thing. All right. So yes, essentially what I did with this spreadsheet here is when I first got my tax assessment in the mail, I had a little bit of sticker shock looking at it. Although that said, my house did sell this year, and so I'm the buyer of it, and so it didn't seem completely out of line to me, but I decided to check out what was going on with the rest of the neighborhood to see if the 42.9% increase that my house received was comparable to my neighbors. What I quickly found from pulling data from 2 different websites here, let me pull up the names of them. They are the accessdane.countyofdane.com and also the assessordata.org assessment sheet. I assume everyone's pretty familiar with these 2 websites. They're where the assessment data is basically stored and where assessor reports are stored on. But using that information, I pulled together all 105 homes in the Lacey Heights neighborhood where my house is located so that I could compare what's going on with there. What I found that stood out to me is, one, my house received a condition report of good, and out of 105 total homes in the neighborhood, only 2 homes received that good. All others received average. This was kind of alarming to me, particularly because of who I have living in my house. I have a 20-month-old toddler and a cat with urinary tract infections. So my carpet, frankly, smells like cat piss, and there's scratches all over my wood floors. So I find it hard to believe that my home is in the top 2% of my neighborhood. So this led me to suspect something might be wrong here. I went further into digging, and that's when I started to figure out, based on square footage, that my house is now a huge outlier for the neighborhood. My home is 2,558 total square feet. That ranks 96th out of 105 in the neighborhood. But based on now the assessment, it's $238 per square foot. That's $74 to $75 more than the average and median house of it, and by far the most in all of Lacey Heights. So basically what's happened is my house has become a bit of a unicorn in the neighborhood, and so that's where I'm having an issue with it. If the whole neighborhood had been assessed at around 40% or 42% year over year, I wouldn't be here in front of you. I would be fine then, because the assessment value is relative to my sale price, but I feel that I'm being treated completely different from the rest of my neighborhood. And the data from these 105 homes clearly shows that. And so what I'll do is I'm going to turn back to assessment or Exhibit 2 now and just read through this. It's about a 6-page report basically stating my full case. So are you guys able to find it? All right. I'm objecting to, let me just real quick take a drink. Thank you. All right. Exhibit 2, detailed objection of property assessment for 2747 Jasmine Drive. I'm objecting to my property assessment at 2747 Jasmine Drive because my property was not assessed in a consistent and uniform way with the rest of my neighborhood of Lacey Heights. Data from accessdane.countyofdane and assessordata.org clearly shows that my home is being assessed inconsistently with other comparable homes in my neighborhood. I used the data from those 2 websites to compile information about the 105 homes that make up the Lacey Heights neighborhood. The data was pulled from these websites between 7/25 of this year and 7/27 of this year. This data can be found in my accompanying document entitled Exhibit 3, Lacey Heights 2022 Property Assessment. This data shows that the median and average price per square foot of living area for homes in Lacey Heights is $163 and $164 per square foot respectively. Meanwhile, my home has been assessed at $238 per square foot of living space, which is the most in Lacey Heights, and $74 to $75 above the median and average for the neighborhood. For 2021, the median and average home price per square foot of Lacey Heights was $140 and $144, while my home was valued at $167 per square foot. So still above the average there, but much more in line. This put my home $27 and $23 per square foot above the median and average, and this represents an increase of $47 and $52 per square foot over the median average from 2021 to 2022. Data from Lacey Heights neighborhood found in Exhibit 3 shows that 88.5% or 93 out of 105 of the homes in that neighborhood received a 13.8% assessment increase or less from 2021 assessment. My home received a 42.9% increase from 2021, which is the highest in Lacey Heights, and the highest by quite a bit, I'll add. I think the next up was something like 33%, something like that. Upon reviewing the vast discrepancy between my home's adjustment and the rest of Lacey Heights, I reached out to the city assessor, Amy Mercer, via email on 7/25 this year to see if she could identify if an error had happened or to provide details on why there's such a difference. We exchanged several emails back and forth, which are shown in Exhibit 4. I ultimately met with Ms. Mercer in person for approximately 1 hour on 08/04 of this year. Between our email communications and in-person meeting, the following information was conveyed to me by Ms. Mercer. Number one, the City of Fitchburg's Assessor's Office determined homes in the neighborhood of Lacey Heights would receive a market rate adjustment of about 13.8% for 2022 over 2021, and homes would then be assessed a greater or lesser amount overall based on a variety of other factors. Number two, my home was assessed the standard market rate adjustment of 13.8%. Number three, the remaining increase of my home's adjustment was due to changes or updates in my home's grade and or condition increasing, and my home's sale price from 2021. Number four, the specific changes or updates in my home that were called out as a result of the increase were related to my kitchen, master bathroom, upstairs guest bathroom, and sunroom. So now addressing the points of why my home increased in value. So regarding the specific changes or updates to my home that the city assessor called out, I found out the following information from a combination of open records requests on building permits for the city of Fitchburg and from talking to the former owner of the home, Charles Grant. Number one, the kitchen renovation was performed in 2007. That's 15 years ago. Number two, the master bathroom and upstairs guest bathroom renovations was performed in 2013, 9 years ago. And number three, the sunroom renovation of converting the sunroom from a 3-season room to a 4-season room was performed in 2016, 6 years ago. Given the age of these updates, I'm very skeptical that any of them are adding the type of significant value to my home that would lead the city assessor to call them out as being major contributing factors to a 31.1% year-over-year increase that my home saw in addition to the standard 13.8% increase of Lacey Heights. Next, regarding the home seeing an increase in the grade and condition from 2021. So I object for the following reasons. First, the data from Lacey Heights showed that while 103 of the 105 total homes were given an overall condition report of average, only mine and one other home was given an overall condition report of good. On its face, the fact that over 98% of homes in Lacey Heights is being given an overall condition report of average leads me to suspect that this grading is being arbitrarily enforced with no real objective standards or oversight. Further, for my home in particular to be one of the only 2 houses out of the 105 in Lacey Heights to receive a condition report of good is borderline absurd for several reasons. The first and largest of which is pertaining to who lives in the home, and specifically my 20-month-old toddler and cat with a chronic urinary tract issue. Between my toddler scratching and marking my home's wood floors and walls with his push wagon toy and my cat's urinary issues, which has left the upstairs carpet with a very pungent smell of cat urine to go along with several dozen spot stains that can be viewed under a UV light, there's absolutely no way any reasonable person could believe my home has an overall condition inside the top 2% of Lacey Heights neighborhood. Beyond the damage of my cat and toddler, other deficiencies with my home include the following. At least 2 separate areas where cracks are showing up in the drywall as a result of the house settling, electrical lighting issues in both the master bedroom closet and master bathroom, issues with the jetted bathtub in the master bathroom, furnace and water heater that are both original to the home from 1995, numerous cracks and uneven surfaces in my driveway and paved walkways, numerous areas where paint is peeling or missing from the exterior trim, numerous areas where the exterior trim boards themselves have been damaged by either weather or animals, extensive rust on the metal gas and electric utilities meter, at least 4 rotted out boards that need replacing in my deck, a broken doorbell, and a possible bat infestation as 2 live and 1 dead bat have been found in my home in the past year. With all of the above information pertaining to the defects, I find it extremely unlikely that my home could qualify for an overall condition rating of good when over 98% of the homes in my neighborhood, including one that was built in 2019, are rated as average. Next up, with regard to the recent sale price of my home being the last factor that the city assessor called out as a reason for my significant assessment above the rest of my neighborhood, I make the following argument. From the 2022 Notice of Assessment letter that the City Fitchburg Assessing Office mailed to me to inform me of the assessment, it reads the following, and just so everyone's aware, I'm talking about this letter that I think everyone gets standard in the mail that you're probably all familiar with. From this letter, it reads, under Wisconsin law generally, the assessor may not change the assessment of property based solely on recent arm's length sale of the property without just adjusting the assessed value of comparable properties in the same market area. So from the data of Lacey Heights in Exhibit 3, it's shown that there were 15 homes in my market area that were comparable to mine based on assessment value of being within $20,000 above or below my 2021 assessment price of $426,500. Of those 15 comparable homes, 14 of them received just the standard market adjustment of around 13.8%. The remaining house received an increase of 1% higher at 14.8%. None received anything close to the 42.9% or $182,800 increase that mine did. Based on this fact, I believe it's illegal under Wisconsin law to single out my home based on its sale price by the city assessor, or since the city assessor made no effort or attempt to also adjust comparable properties in the same market area. Just give me 1 second. You can then see under there, I did include a graph from Exhibit 3. What this is showing is I just did a sort value based on 2021 assessed value, so that third column there, and just grabbed every house that was within $20,000 either above or below, and basically put them on here just to see. I realize maybe not every one of them would be comparable to mine, but they are all in my neighborhood, and you can see other things about them. Most of them happen to be, or a lot of them happen to be my direct neighbors on Jasmine. Square footage wise, a lot of them end up lining up. So anyway, I'll continue on then. Finally, the city assessor may try to make the argument that my home is not comparable to those 15 homes whose assessment value it was similar to in 2021 as it was misappraised in previous years, and that my home is now rightfully comparable to the homes that is now similarly appraised to in 2022. However, 2 different sources will quickly disprove this argument. First, from Exhibit 3, shows that when looking at the square footage of living area statistic, my home falls right in the middle at 2,558 square feet with the range of the other 15 homes that I was comparable to based on the 2021 assessment value being between 2,024 and 3,164 square feet. So what I'm getting at here is these 15 homes that were within $20,000 of my assessed value in 2021 all happen to be around my same square footage. They look comparable just standing on the street looking at them, and square footage wise also makes sense for them.
Hey, Jared, can we do maybe 5-7 more minutes? How are you doing?
I'd say, I think, yeah,
Okay,
I'm going to do
just-
my best to get there.
Thank you,
for
of course.
Yep,
Yep,
absolutely.
Of course, yep.
Meanwhile, when reviewing this meanwhile, when viewing that same square footage of living area statistics against the 13 homes assessed similar to me in 2022, we see that my home is a major outlier, as the square footage range of these homes is 3,256 to 4,795 versus mine at only 2,558. So again, all these houses are in my neighborhood now, but the ones that are within $20,000 of my 2022 assessed value are all much, much larger based on square footage than mine, with the smallest one being virtually $700 square feet larger, and the biggest of them being almost, well, not quite double the size, but 2,200 square feet larger than mine. All right, continuing on, the second source that shows that the 15 homes that my home was comparable to based on 2021 assessment price is far more reasonable than the 13 homes it's now comparable to based on 2022 assessment value is that the sale price of homes in Lacey Heights from 2022, the data of the data of sale and price of sale information that was taken from Zillow.com was added to the second tab of Exhibit 3. So since January 1st of this year, there have been 5 homes that have sold in the Lacey Heights neighborhood. From looking at this data of these 5 homes that were sold, we clearly see that the 2021 assessed price is by far a closer representation to my home relative to the other homes based on the actual market sale price than what the 2022 assessment values are. In fact, the difference between the 2021 comparable assessed value and the compared sales price is never greater than 6% for any of the 5 houses showing that for 2021, and that shows that for 2021, the city assessor did an accurate job in estimating the value of my home compared to other homes in the neighborhood, or at least these 5. This is in sharp contrast to the difference between the 2022 compared assessed values and the compared sale price, where the range is between 16% and 26%, showing that the city assessor did a significantly worse job in assessing my homes relative to other houses in the neighborhood. So I realize that paragraph is a lot of words there. So what the exhibit below is showing, essentially, is that I compared the 5 homes in my neighborhood that actually sold this year to mine based on the sale price. So you can see that first, or I guess the 4th column there, where it says sale price compared to 2747 Jasmine Drive sale price. You see my line is the first one with 100%. Then you have my neighbor who recently sold. They sold for 105.6% of mine. And then going down the list, you can see 108, 123.8, 92.1, and 101. Then the other highlighted columns there show comparing the assessed value, the assessed 2022 value of mine, and then the assessed 2021 value. And what we find is that the 2021 value matches up relatively closely to what the actual sale prices of them were, meaning that the assessor did a good job in valuing my home relative to the other homes that ended up selling in this year. You compare that to the 2022 prices of what they've assessed these homes for, and all of them are off significantly compared to mine. So my home sticks out like a sore thumb here in that in all of these cases, the city assessor assessed these homes at significantly less than what they ended up selling for. In most cases, between about 71% and I think right around 80% essentially, whereas my home is assessed closer to 96% of the sale price that it used. So to conclude, the city assessor determined that the overall market rate adjustment for my neighborhood of Lacey Heights is approximately 13.8%. While I personally think that this is where the city assessor first made a mistake and that this percentage should have been much higher in order to properly value homes close to 100% market value in Lacey Heights, I'm not objecting to this specific metric, and I'm willing to accept that portion of my home's assessment increase over 2021, which would give me an assessment value of $485,357. What I'm absolutely objecting to is the remaining $123,943 that the city assessor is claiming my home increased in value due to a 15-year-old kitchen remodel, a 9-year-old bathroom remodel, a 6-year-old sunroom remodel, my house being rated by the city assessor in the top 2% in overall condition, despite its defects I've laid out, and the sale price of my home being used to raise my home's assessment when the city assessor has been shown to have made no effort to raise comparable properties in the same market by anything close to a similar amount or percentage. So accepting the city assessor's estimate would result in my home becoming a significant outlier in the neighborhood, as my price per square foot of living space would be the highest in all of Lacey Heights at $238 per square foot and $74 per square foot above the average, when there's absolutely nothing about my home to justify distinction in that way. If assessing property in a fair, uniform, and consistent manner is a principle for the city of Fitchburg, then the Board of Review must reject the city's assessor's estimate and instead use a method that the city assessor themselves used to value 88.5% of the homes in Lacey Heights and assess my home at a 13.8% above its value from 2021. Thank you. I'll also just note, I did have another exhibit that has slides showing the defects that I talked about, as well as showing the other homes that sold here for comparable. I realize we're short on time, and also I don't have a projector to actually show that. It was in Exhibit 5. So if anyone's interested in seeing those, I'd be happy to take the time to do that, but otherwise I'll go ahead and rest here.
Do you have a picture?
Jared, for the record, it's sworn oral testimony. So
Okay.
they would have to be read into the
okay.
record.
Yep.
Do you have a picture of the cat?
On my phone, I have a picture of the cat, yes.
Sorry.
I have a picture of the urine spots that are there, so, but I don't know if you actually
get
want
it.
to see them, but you have my word for it.
There's a lot there, Jared. Thank you. Clearly, you're prepared. At this time, I will turn over to, is Amy taking the lead on this one, or is Julia? Okay, go for it. Julia Stover from the City Assessing Department.
Yep, Julia will speak, and then I'll add additional information.
And Madam Clerk, Julia has been sworn in, correct?
That is correct.
All right, great. Thank you.
For the record, I can swear her in prior to each case, if that's what the
No, I'm
vice
good, just
chair.
as long as
I'm good.
you heard that. I'm good. Go ahead, Julia.
Okay, hi. So we will distribute written information summarizing the basis for completing our 2022 assessment of the subject property, and I'll briefly summarize the written documents and oral testimony.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Stover, and I've been employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Department since December 2021. I have a certificate in property assessment valuation from the Waukesha County Technical College and a Bachelor of Science in Consumer Science from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. So Section 2 here states that the purpose of assessment and standards for establishing the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of property as of January 1st, 2022. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 outlines that property shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at full value, which could ordinarily be obtained, therefore at private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of recent arm's length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. The purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. Defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll see the location map. I think that's mine. Oh, no, I have one. Never mind. Sorry. Okay, so the subject property, 2747 Jasmine Drive, is just north of Lacey Road. It looks like it's just west of Osmondson Road, and that makes it east of Seminole Highway. It's in the Lacey Heights neighborhood, in the northern part of Fitchburg. And then I will review the property record card containing specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. This tax key number is 0609-084-61703. Property address 2747 Jasmine Drive, in the Lacey Heights neighborhood. This is low to medium residential. And then here on the right-hand side, you can see the assessment history. For 2022, it had a land assessment of $109,900 and improvements of $499,400 for a total assessed value of $609,300. Page 2 shows recent building permits and sales history. This property had a sale on September 2nd of 2021 for $630,000. This we validated as a valid improved sale. Page 3 goes over notes. I'm going to start on back at page 4, actually, kind of going from.
For the record, could you just read the note text underneath on page 3 of 6? Property owner email questions. Can you just read that for the record? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I would just like you to read it.
Oh,
This one.
okay. You want me to read the notes under
Yes,
that part?
Yeah,
Okay.
read the date, the note.
Okay. So this was an open book appointment.
Jared, do you know where we are at?
Are we on which page?
Page
4 of 6?
3.
3 of 6.
I guess we're going to go with page 3.
Yeah, I just want,
Okay, so there was an open book appointment completed on August 4th.
Yep.
With Amy. The property owner emailed with questions pertaining to his assessment increase, then scheduled an in-person meeting at City Hall. We explained to owner assessment process. He purchased property September 2nd, 2021, I believe it should say, for $630,000. Our goal in revaluation is to set values at fair market value. Bart visited his property January 7th, 2022 for the sale review. Property is listed based on Bart's visit. Some changes that were made: the enclosed frame porch was changed to 1/0 due to baseboard heat. Permit stated screen porch. Kitchen and interior ratings changed from average to good due to condition and updates, including the counters. Grade was listed as B. Original file showed A, then an A-. Bart changed to B+. Patio was added that was not previously assessed. Roof permit pulled after purchase. Explained part of his change was market and part due to updates either made without permits or not previously assessed. Rec room rating changed from average to good due to some light exposure. Owner compiled spreadsheet data as comparables. I explained case law, is that MH?
must be your
Oh,
guys' market.
Mark-Hearing hierarchy.
Oh,
The case
yeah,
law,
okay.
Mark-Hearing
Yeah,
hierarchy.
Okay.
Sorry.
Best indicator of value is sale of the subject, then reasonable comps, then all other. He purchased property and his assessment still is not set at purchase price. Note states he had an appraisal for the purchase. Owner stated he has cats and children and doesn't believe property should have good ratings if the majority of other properties in his spreadsheet are average. Explained this was the appraiser's opinion based on the properties they viewed at last entrance. I would agree based on internet photos. Owner stated he would be going to Board of Review. I double-checked internet listing and photos and our file folder. The data appears to be accurate. No value change, sustain.
Amy, does that summarize what you wrote?
Yes.
Jared, is that kind of based on the conversation you had?
From her perspective, yeah, I have no.
That's all I'm
major-
asking.
Yes.
We'll
yeah.
get into other questions
Yeah,
later.
I don't agree with what she's saying, but
That's
I
fine.
agree that from her perspective, that's.
Great. Keep going. Julia.
Page 4, Bart Taylor had viewed the property for a sale review. I'll read the notes here. It says interior inspection completed with owner on January 7th, 2022. The subject is a 4-bedroom, 3 full 1.5 bathroom, 2-story, single-family residence with rec room. On the first floor, there's a laundry room, kitchen, living room with gas fireplace, dining room, and half bath. The floor coverings are a combination of hardwood and carpeting. The kitchen has a prep island, recessed lighting, wood cabinets, tiled backsplash, and granite counters. One of the guest bathrooms has a dual sink vanity with cultured marble counter, walk-in shower, and ceramic tile flooring. The second floor has a master bedroom suite, which has a walk-in wardrobe. Its bathroom has a dual sink vanity with granite counter, walk-in shower with tiled surround, a separate jetted tub, and ceramic tile flooring. The second floor is carpeted. The lower level rec room has a family room, large open rec area, office or study, and a full bathroom. There is carpeting, moldings, and recessed lighting throughout the lower level. Mechanicals include a Carrier dual pack and a 75-gallon state water heater. The roof was reported as being replaced in October of 2021, just after the recent sale. The kitchen rating is increased to good from average and changed effective age by 10 years due to quality and remodel not previously assessed due to the quality. No other upgrades or remodeling was evident or reported.
Okay,
I think
that's good.
covers the notes.
That's the notes, thank you.
We're gonna look, so then there's the land record. This is a .336 acres. Okay, going to page 5, this is a 2-story custom style home with aluminum or vinyl siding, 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms. Its equipment rating is listed as average. Kitchen, bath, and interior are rated as good, and exterior rated as average. One gas fireplace. A total square footage of 3,558 square feet. That's 1,429 on the first floor, 1,129 on the second floor, and 1,000 of rec room. That rec room has a good rating, and I believe that was because Bart said there was more lighting than probably normal for a rec room, so it wasn't listed as FBLA, it was listed as rec, which has a lower cost, I guess, per square foot than FBLA would. It has a B+ grade. And then the attachments listed are an open porch, a patio, a deck, and an attached garage. Page 6 is a sketch of the property. That wood deck, and just to the left of the wood deck is the 1/0 that Bart had changed, which it was previously assessed as an enclosed frame porch, which was also has a lower value than a 1/0. Okay, the next page is the market valuation detail. This summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model, and it's based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2020 and 2021 arm's length sales. All of the same data we just discussed on the property record card is listed here.
Go through each of them on this one.
Okay. And then, so the replacement cost new brings in our standardized cost tables. I just want to point out down here, it has rec room value of $25,800, first floor of $266,691, second floor of $116,668. There's a different value for each floor there. I don't know if Amy wants to go on about that.
Yeah, I'll just expand on this a little bit more. So every item that we have listed on a property has standardized cost tables in our CAMA system. It's the same cost tables for every single property, but based on what attributes are listed on each property, those cost tables times those attributes create those base prices for our replacement cost new. So in this one, I think the property owner was referring to some items as $1 per square foot. Well, that's going to depend, as you can see. there's a different dollar per square foot for the first floor than for a second floor, because your first floor includes in that base price a full basement under that, one bathroom, one kitchen sink, and one hot water heater. So it's a higher price because it's including your basement. So depending on each and every property, depending on what's on first floor versus second, you're going to have a different value. And then each item on here, so part of his change was the first floor where we added that, changed it from enclosed frame porch to living space because that has a higher dollar. Where you see basement adjustment, you can see you have 1,231 square feet of basement versus 1,429 of first floor. That adjustment is accounting for, it's pulling away the value for the basement that is not under that area that had previously been listed as an enclosed frame porch. So then we add the fireplaces, the open porch, the patio, the deck, and the garage. I believe from our notes, I believe the patio had not been listed either. So that replacement cost new came to $487,661. I'll also go up towards the top of that area. You have a kitchen rating, so your equipment rating was average, so that modifier is a 1. The kitchen rating is good, so that applies a modifier of 1.02 for the kitchen rating. The bath rating was also listed as 2, and that's 1.02. The interior rating was 1.02, and the exterior rating was average. So again, on every property, we have those 5 ratings, and what the property owner is seeing as on the assessor data is just the CDU, which combines. So if there's 3 that are at good, it's going to show up as good. If there's 2 or less, it's going to show up as average if they're all average. But it depends on each of those 5, what modifier it applies. Then the physical depreciation is pulled from that. And the physical depreciation, you have the actual year built, and then you have an effective year. The effective year is if some type of remodeling has been on that property. So typically, if it's a kitchen remodel, we'll use 10 years of a change and change the rating from average to good. If it had a bathroom remodels, we'll change that from average to good and also add 5 years effective age change for that remodeling that occurs. Because the market shows us if someone's remodeled their kitchen versus the original kitchen, people will pay more for that. And so the model is set up to accommodate for that, for those effective year change and those ratings on that property. Then we have the market adjustments. So the neighborhood market adjustment for Lacey Heights was 16%, and that's that total percent for everyone in that neighborhood. So that's consistent across the board. And then, so that market adjustment adds $68,889 for a total value of the improvements at $499,400. You add that improvement cost to the land value of $109,900, and that brings the total assessment to $609,300. The sale price was $630,000. I know the property owner mentioned that one of his arguments is solely on arm's length sale. Well, we don't chase a sale. I don't go into every property that sells and put it at the sale price. We look at how all of those sell, and then we find that average adjustment for the whole neighborhood. In some cases, their assessment might come in over. In other cases, it might come in under that value. And you can see that if you'd like to look at it. I've given the board at the first meeting a copy of our annual assessor's report. In the annual assessor's report, it actually shows all of the sales that occurred in each neighborhood group. And on his is page 27 of, what is this addendum? Of the model to sale ratio. So within there, the Res 3 neighborhood group is what he's in. Those sale prices after adjusted to the assessment to their sale prices, they're ranging from 87.5% up to 106.1. His, on this model then, is coming in at 94.8, so it's 12%, it's basically right, almost in the middle. It's 12% higher than the lowest and 20% lower than the highest out of all the sales that occurred within that neighborhood.
Or how long of a time frame?
These sales are the 2020 and 2021 sales that pulled in
Lacey Heights.
In the Res Neighborhood 3. So Lacey Heights is in Res Neighborhood 3. Our AAR pulls all of them within the neighborhood group, not by actual neighborhood.
So Seminole Forest could be in there.
Yep.
Got it, thank you.
So I'll let Julia continue then with her next page then.
Okay. So the next page, let me grab where we're at here. Okay. Oh, they are. We're all mixed up here. Okay. Yes, here we go. Okay. So the next page is a map of the subject property and the comparables. Here. Is there one more page or no? No, just one page of comps?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is it, just one page of comps. Okay. So the comparable sales that came into the closest based on our model, and then once again, we looked at those closely, was 2730 Jasmine Drive with a September 21 sale of $481,500, and then the adjusted sale price is $626,900. Also, the next one is 5888 Persimmon Drive with a June 21 sale of $600,000 and an adjusted sale price of $648,900. And sale comp 3, 5838 Persimmon Drive with a March 21 sale of $510,000 and an adjusted sale price of $615,400. These are all custom style, or one of them is a contemporary style home. They're all in Lacey Heights neighborhood. The square foot ranges from 2,558 to 2,632. That's the above grade, and then the below grade ranges from 1,231,000 to 1,807,000. They all have some basement finish that are all close to about 1,000 square feet. The year built ranges from 1994 to 1996. Grades B plus to A minus, or B minus to A minus, it looks like. Okay, so the estimated fair market value of the subject property comes out to be $609,300. And the comparable market value is $630,900, about a 3.5% increase.
So what's that saying is his assessment is the $609,300. The three comparable sales in here, if you take that average, it's giving you a comparable market value of $630,600, and that then also is was also what his purchase price was. So that's right. The comparables also are supporting what he actually purchased it for.
Andy,
I guess-
Amy, did I step on you? Go ahead if you got more to say.
Yep, I'll let Julia finish. and
Okay, I'm
then
sorry.
We have a few other additional
Sure,
that
sorry,
we don't
my fault,
typically
Go
hand
ahead.
out. Mhm.
Yep, okay.
By all means, go ahead.
So as we, the adjusted sale prices on The sale comp sheet ranged from 615,400 to 648,900. And that indicates that the assessed value of 609,300 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2022. In summary, there is a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. And consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using a valuation model based on Volume 2 of the manual and 2020 and 2021 arm's length sales. The mass appraisal assessment is supported and validated utilizing recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties adjusted for differences between them and the subject property. Thank you. That's it. And Amy has a couple things.
Yep, and we passed out a few additional attachments. One is our actual sales sheet. So when someone buys a property, we always request to view those property. Sure. We get in about 70% of all properties, so we have to estimate about 30. This one Bart actually went through, and he would have presented, but he's not.
Bart is here, right?
Bart is not. Bart Taylor worked here, but he left in May.
Okay, that's right. I'm sorry.
So Bart had actually viewed this property. Otherwise, he would have been presenting.
Of course.
So on this, the sales sheet tells you what we ask and the answers. It had an original listing price of $585 with several offers. On here, he went through conventional financing. It also said he had an appraisal. And we did ask, are there any other items that you would feel are relevant to the sale? And it says not applicable. So
Do we know what it appraised for? Did he share that?
He shared that on his objection form, and his objection form said he had an appraisal completed 8/10 of 2021 for $630,000 for a bank appraisal. So, the appraisal supports our value, and his purchase price. Our comps support his value. We marked this a valid arm's length sale, usable for the Department of Revenue, and usable for us to use as comps. So his property is also being used as a comparable for the other properties within his neighborhood and the city. The next couple pages is the actual notes from Bart. I just wanted to include that because he's not here, but that's his actual documentation and his notes of what we changed, or what he changed in his opinion when he walked through that. So again, his actual notes show that he believed the kitchen had a good rating and the interior had a good rating. The bath had already been listed as good. And the line at the bottom where it had been an attachment for an enclosed frame porch, that was crossed off, and then the increase the square footage on first floor because that moved into that area. And then the next pages that are attached are just some pictures. When the property owner emailed us back and forth, I offered to either meet him in person, either at City Hall, or I was willing to do a walkthrough of the property again, because Bart wasn't here to be able to, tell me what was going on. But the property owner chose to meet at City Hall and not walk through. I do want to enforce that Bart walked through it on January 7th, 2022. So our assessment date is January 1 of each year. Now, maybe the property has had condition issues since that. We live in our homes and things occur. But it was his opinion on January 7th, which is after that assessment date, that those ratings are at good. And we had just attached some of the photos that we found from online, from the listing, so you can see the areas and some interior photos.
Would you please read in the record just what your attachment says for the Zillow estimate on this property?
So the Redfin estimate.
Redfin, thank you.
Was $664,957. So that's their estimate on the date that I printed this off.
Okay, and that printed that recently.
Yep, it would have been printed off right after open book, or during the open book time, I believe. So we figured you can view the pictures yourself to see the amenities at the purchase price, and, you know, they seem to match what Bart listed in his notes when he walked through.
Julia, you good? Andy?
So it seems like the previous owner probably made a bunch of upgrades that weren't tracked.
That's what I would, you know, I can't say, but we did not have those items listed. You know, like I said, the porch had baseboard heat, and that's why if it's finished, like the other parts of the house, and has heat, then we consider that living space per the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual. If it doesn't have heat, but it has finished, then we call it an enclosed frame porch. The permit listed it as a screen porch. And so, let me look back at the notes here. Yeah, so sometimes we don't get into everything. Sometimes we have to do an exterior inspection. Sometimes we take what the property owners tell us, and we use that for, you know, we'll use the best information, and walking through is always the best information.
Andy, I think Mr. Becker wanted.
Yeah, I just, with regard to the renovations, I just want to point out, I was able to do open records requests on these. There were building permits pulled for the renovations. So when they say they didn't have track of it or notice of it, I would put that as negligence on the city assessor to not know about these.
Okay. Andy, keep rolling. If you got more questions, otherwise we.
I think that's it for me.
And am I able to do any kind of rebuttal to?
Yeah, let me just check with the, oh, go ahead, sure, go ahead, sir. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so a lot of information put there. So again, I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of what my true argument is here. Obviously, I sold my home for I bought my home for $630. I'm assessed at $609. That on its face sounds very reasonable. That's hard for me to object to that. And had I felt like I'd been treated like the rest of my neighborhood, I would not be here right now. The reason I'm here is because I believe that my house is being singled out against the rest of the neighborhood. We're seeing standard rates of 13.8 for over 88.5% of the neighborhood, and mine is getting this 42.3%. And we're not seeing anything that was comparable to that for any other houses in the neighborhood that you'd expect that my sale would increase that for. What ends up happening because of this is there's houses across the street from me that last year I was assessed at around $2,000 difference from them. And now this year, we're over $120,000 apart, and that home just sold 3 months ago for $35,000 more than my house. So I'm being assessed $100,000 to $150,000 more than homes that are selling for comparable prices, essentially, or more. There's one home that just sold on Persimmons Avenue. It sold for $780,000, so $150,000 more than my home. The difference in our assessment for 2022 is $5,000. And I have pictures of the inside of that home versus the inside of mine. This is that home, and this is that home's main floor. This is my home's main floor. They are not comparable at all, and yet the city assessor thinks that we're $5,000 apart for it. So that is the issue I'm having, is that.
So when did you, or what are your thoughts, if you bought the home for $630, I realize list price, purchase price is different than assessment.
Yep.
But you do have an appraisal because you had to get a loan.
Yep.
Amy said you bought it with a conventional loan. So your appraiser, your lender said $630, and you wrote for $630 and multiple offers, and you got accepted for $630. Why then do you think it's worth $495,000?
I think it's worth $495,000 in comparison to how they are grading the rest of the neighborhood. That is my argument.
So I realize that assessed value and purchase price are different things, but you think your home is $135,000 less than what you bought it for?
Based on how they assess the neighborhood, yes, because I believe they're assessing the neighborhood at around 70 to 75% of market value. And so based on that, I think that my home should also only be assessed at that $485,000.
Speculative question here. What would you list your house for if you were to sell it?
I'd like to not answer that, to be honest with you.
Amy, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I want to address a couple of his
Sure.
concerns. In his spreadsheets, he looked at assessor data, and that's what I was trying to explain in the market valuation detail. Assessor data takes that composite of the 5 ratings and just puts in a CDU based on, if there's 3 out of the 5 ratings that are good and 2 are average, it's going to say good. If there are 2 out of 5, that's going to say average. So he's looking at it, so it's really kind of skewing what he's looking at for where that CDU is. Each one is based off of the actual rating of that item and the actual listing of that property. I know he brought up some of the sales he just mentioned during our open book meeting. Well, they're 2022 sales, so those sales will go out and view. I explained to him, I don't know what we're going to see at that time. Maybe they had a kitchen remodel that didn't have a permit pulled on it, and we see that quite often where there's bath remodels, kitchen remodels that didn't have permits pulled even, and when we go in, that's why those sale prices are much higher than what we would have had. And so, just like his property, when we go in and we find something there that we didn't have before, we have to list that, both on the sale, so we can analyze that sale with that data, to see once we have the correct data on the sale price, to match that sale price. We don't want to match 500,000 to 630 without including the living space and without including the patio, things like that. So we have to correct the data, then compare that to the purchase prices of all the sales. In some cases, we don't get in. I said we get into 70%. I said, you know what, if you'd like me to put your neighborhood in next year, we'll be happy to put it in for additional work and walk through the entire neighborhood to view the properties if you think they're inequitable within that neighborhood. But again, we're only going to get in 70%. And typically, the ones that do stuff without permits, things like that, they don't let us in.
But in that vein, he purchased the house a year ago, roughly.
Correct.
And you were in within 4 months of his purchase.
Correct.
So you followed your protocol.
We followed our standard protocol for the property. We request to view every sale, every building permit. We only get in about 70%, and that's better than most jurisdictions, according to what they tell me.
Eldon, you have any questions? Dr. Krim?
I do not.
Okay, Rich, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Jerry, we'll let you wrap up here. You don't have time. Let's just see if he's got questions.
Yeah, I'm, the burden of proof for change has to be that they had to be wrong at something. And I'm not seeing anything, but I do notice that so much is based on the ratings that we assign to different areas, good or average. And during the conversations, I was wondering what kind of criteria is used to get those. Is it a objective criteria? Is it a subjective criteria? And I heard something about it has to do with updates, remodels, repair, things like that. Could you just drill into that a little bit because my first impression was it was purely subjective and therefore he'd be right. But as I'm hearing this, there is based on certain facts. So two-part. One, would you talk about or address that? Second, what kind of change would it amount if it was changed from good to average on his assessment? What would the difference be?
So I'll address the second part. That's easier. If you look at the market valuation detail, that's the one that looks like a cash register receipt. On his, it would all depend. Are we changing the kitchen rating to average? Then it would take 2% off of that replacement cost new. If you change the bath rating to average, that would take 2% off of that replacement cost new. I'd have to do all the math on it if you were to change that. The actual CDU rating that he is referring to does not have a modifier on it. So it doesn't matter if that CDU says average or good. What matters is that the 5 ratings have the ratings on them, and each of those ratings is playing a modifier behind the scenes. I'd have to go into the computer and do that. But to show what each one would alter that value, because then you have depreciation off of that, you have the local modifier after that, so everything plays all the way through the process. Now, I try to be as systematic as I can to, and so the ratings are subjective. They're that appraiser's opinion as they walk through it. When you do that, I personally, when I go through homes, I try to keep homes in my head and say, okay, this home's a B+. Is this higher or lower than that grade? Sometimes you might have a home that is a B+. You're debating, should the grade be B+ or should it be A-, okay? So A-, all those ratings might be average. But for a B+, that might be a better than normal kitchen for a B+ grade, so then we'll move that rating from average to good. Whenever someone does remodeling, my standard process is, if it's a full kitchen remodel, new cabinets, new flooring, the whole kitchen remodel, then we typically change the rating from average to good, and I change it 10 years. And that's kind of how I've set up the model behind the scenes. If it's bath ratings, well, it depends there on, is it one bathroom in the house? Is it a 1,000 square foot home with one bathroom? Or is it A+ grade home that had one bathroom remodeled that, it isn't going to have the greater factor because that A+ grade home has a much higher modifier on the quality of construction versus a C grade home. So it's a lot comes from our experience and our experience of walking through all the other properties. And we also look at those sales then too. When I extract out those sales and do that portion of our value to put those modifiers on, it doesn't just take the sale price out. It gives me an entire spreadsheet of all the bath ratings, all the kitchen ratings, the grades. So I can filter and sort accordingly to see, are there any patterns that I'm not seeing within this neighborhood? If everything comes in nice and clean and it's telling me, oh, every single one, whether it's a C+ grade or an A+ grade house, every single one is showing me 14%, then everything's really good. But if I see something different, like the 2 stories are coming in different than the 1 story, and I'll see those patterns in those sales. And then I say, what's different? What's making these come in over our assessment? What's making these come in under our assessment? If I see complete different stratas. And then I might be like, oh, it's the story height. It's the style. So there's a lot to what we do that I don't think a lot of property owners understand. But behind the scenes, everything has the exact same standardized cost tables. So if a property is listed with the accurate data, then it's going to have the accurate, in my opinion, it's going to have the accurate assessment based off of all the sales, because his isn't the only sale we're looking at.
Sure.
We're looking at all of them, and we're being as objective as we can by viewing all of those sales each year.
Mr. Brecker, I'm going to give you kind of last few moments here, and then we're going to close the testimony, okay?
Sure, thank you. So just a couple points. Ms. Mercer talked about how it's made up of 5 different components, essentially, interior, exterior, and so on.
Sure.
That still doesn't change the fact, though, that my house was one of only 2 to have enough of them rated as good to actually push it over to good. So it's still technically in the top 2% of the entire homes. I also take issue with every one that she listed as good. I think from the sheet, it was kitchen, bath, and interior. My Exhibit 5 that I had shows, first off, for increasing it, the kitchen up to good from average. I think Ms. Mercer actually mentioned something specific about 10 years, that's what they move it up for. It's a 13-year-old kitchen remodel. So from my standpoint from there, it shouldn't be moving from average to good if it's a 13-year-old kitchen at that point, because you'd be dropping it back down had they caught it right away. Similarly with the bathroom remodel, it's now 9 years old at this point. So as next year is going to drop from good down to average. And then to the interior itself, my Exhibit 5 that I had that have the photos, I believe you have them in front of you, it clearly shows my house should not be graded as good between the cat urine stains, all of the hardwood floors that are marked up. So I do think there is reason for this board to believe that the appraisal that was done to my home was inaccurate for what it was.
You listed defects, right?
Yes.
Did you have those defects when you signed the real estate condition report when you purchased the home a year ago? Were those defects listed?
Some were, not all.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, some are new from my cat and my toddler, obviously, but I had been in the house for 4 or 5 months by the time that they came and observed it, so it certainly, most of these defects were still in place at the time that it was observed.
At this time, Amy, you and Julia had a chance to give your, you okay with testimony closing, or is there anything else you want to add?
Yep, the only thing is, it's based on according to the Markarian hierarchy, it's based on the recent arm's length sale of the subject is the best indicator of value. And he was a recent arm's length sale. We don't chase a sale. We didn't put it right at 6:30, so he's being looked at. And as I stated earlier, if you look at our annual assessor's report, he is not at 100%. He's right in the middle of what his neighborhood, all the sales are to our model. So,
I am now
and then
closing,
the comps support his assessment also.
I am now closing the testimony in this case. I will now open up for deliberations in the case by asking the Board of Review members to state, based on sworn testimony presented, whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. I am prepared at this time, if the board would allow me, of course I need a second, I am prepared to make a motion to accept the assessor's recommendation on this property. I would ask for a second, and then we could discuss.
I'll second that.
Second by Dr. Krim, is
Yep.
discussion points. I would, if you don't mind, since my motion, I take the lead on this. I appreciate all the work you've done. Appreciate you moving to Fitchburg, but one of the first things I read for the standards are the best evidence of value is a recent arm length sale of this property. I think the facts back it up. The assessment department did the work. I mean, that's a very popular neighborhood. I would ask you to vote to approve my motion. Rich, any discussion?
For once, I want to keep my mouth shut.
Andrew?
I'm in agreement with the assessor.
Okay. Eldon? Any comments, discussion on the motion?
No, I don't have any comments or discussion.
All those in favor of agreeing with the assessor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. At this time, I'd ask the clerk to do any paperwork with Mr. Rucker at this time.
Sure. For the record, the assessor's value was upheld at land 109,900, improvements 499,400, for a total of 609,300. And I will present the objector with his determination form by the board and appeal information.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn this over back to,
Sean, can I make one final statement? Is that allowed?
possible or no, or I don't want to. I'm going to defer to our chair who's here now, and the answer is no.
Okay, fair enough.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, so Jared, this is in duplicate. This shows your property, your parcel number.
How are you?
This is your original assessment. This is the final
It's good.
assessment determined by the board.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it in duplicate. Down here at the bottom is your appeal information.
Eldon, we're just
if
taking-
you're not satisfied with the board's.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Sean.
We're just taking a few moments to just do some paperwork on his previous case.
Okay.
Just hold tight. I would ask the committee take a 10-minute recess.
This is Mike Coulard, Chairman of the Board. First, I'd like to thank Vice Chair Sean Paff for stepping up and getting the appointment from the city so that the proceedings could continue this morning while I was at a doctor's appointment.
You're welcome, Mr. Chair.
We forgot it was on our calendar. So thank you. That kept things moving. We appreciate that very much. At this point in the process, it appears to be on agenda item 4D. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
It is, but we're having a hard time hearing your microphone, Chair Coulard. I don't know if it's,
Is it better?
I don't think so. I think it might be just, now try it.
Try it now.
Is that better? Okay.
The head is sort of broken, so I'm not sure.
Okay, so if you could repeat the question for me, please.
Are we on agenda item 4D?
That's correct. We are on agenda item 4D.
Thank you. I'll try and stay close to the mic so that you can hear me. Agenda item 4D. Riva West LLC 2811 No Oaks Drive, parcel number 225-225-609-114-2308-2. Property owned by Scott Kelly, Riva West LLC. Representing Mr. Kelly this morning is Gary Kohlenberg. When we reviewed the objection forms, we noted that he had completed the agent authorization form, and he is present this morning. Mr. Kohlenberg, would you please recognize the fact that you're going to be giving sworn oral testimony? And I'll ask the clerk to swear you and the assessor in, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please state your name.
Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
Thank you. And for the assessor's office, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Amy Mercer, City Assessor.
I do as well. Craig Olson, Deputy City Assessor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Point of clarification. As I look at the next appeals on our agenda for this morning, all of them are Riva West LLC, and I'm not sure, are these properties all the same? I'm asking this of the assessor.
They are not. There are 4 on the west side of the road, so each are individual parcels, but one building, they're townhomes. And the other are on the east side, and there are, I believe, 5 on the east side of the road. So the ones on the west side do not have a basement, and they have a built-in garage or attached garage. The ones on the east side have a whole basement, which is their basement garage. So they're different models. And then there's different square footage, things like that for each one. They're slightly different. So I didn't know how you wanted to prepare. I have them grouped, prep for each one, except the packet that would be consistent for all of them. So I don't know if you want to do 4 at a time and then the other 5, or if you want to do each one individually.
I guess I would ask the representative here for the property owner, after hearing that description, are you agreeable that we do the ones on one side of the street that are the same in one process, and the ones on the other side of the street which are the same in the other appeal process?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree there are 4 on one side, 5 on the other, and there are distinct differences between the two. The 5 are similar, the 4 are similar. I will do whatever pleases the board. In my presentation, I will be making an overall presentation for all 9, and the board can dissect it as they see fit.
So you want to make one presentation for all 9?
I will.
I mean, that was your plan this morning?
Correct.
Okay.
I would prefer to at least do 2, if not all 9 separately, because these are residential, and the Markarian hierarchy says a recent sale of the subject or comparable sales is your tier 2, and there are comparable sales before we would even go to tier 3 on these. So it's up to the board how you would like these presented.
Well, we certainly would like to have similar properties so that the physical characteristics are reflective of all properties being reviewed. And so it sounds like east side, west side would probably be the logical way for the board to look at them. That way we can recognize the differences between having basement or no basement, which is a strong physical characteristic that would certainly affect the buyer's decision as to whether or not they wanted that particular building. Can you identify for us, please, then, Madam Assessor, the 4 that are on which side of the street?
So the 4 that have the odd, ending in the odd number, those will be on the west side of the street. And then the 5 ending in an even house number are on the east side of the street. Do you want the parcel numbers for the 4?
Well, the first one I see that's odd is 2319. So that would be, that's east or west?
Mike, Mr. Chair, I think we have at 2811, 2813, 2815. Am I correct, Amy?
And 2817.
2817.
So those are parcels 0609 114 23082.
Okay. You were looking at street address, I was looking at parcel number.
Yep, and I saw that then when you said that. So the next one at 2813 No Oaks Ridge is 0609 114 23192.
Yep, it's the
2815 No Oaks is 0609 114 23302. And at 2817 No Oaks Ridge, it's 0609 114 23412.
Perfect. And those are east or west?
Those will be the west side.
West side. Thank you. I will then start the hearing by reading this following information into the record. Wisconsin Chapter 70 of the statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. Next would be sales of reasonably comparable property. Finally, then all other approaches to value, such as the income approach and the cost approach on special purpose or unique properties where there's not an active market. At this time, Mr. Kohlenberg, do you have any exhibits that you wish to share?
I do not.
Okay. And you submitted a significant amount of data. Is that appraisal data prepared by you? Forms and documents, income information?
I don't remember submitting an appraisal.
Okay, very good. Please state your name for the record and your full address. And we'll also ask you to state your opinion of the fair market value of the property as you begin presenting your testimony. And I understand that we've added 4, so it might be best if you just read those 4 values independently, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Gary Kohlenberg, 345 River Bluff Circle, Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. Are we working on the 4 units at this time?
Yes.
The Okay, so I'm going to use addresses. Is that acceptable?
Certainly.
No, I think I'm good. Thank you. 2811, opinion of value. And Madam Clerk, if you could just confirm that these opinions of value are the same as on my objection form. I didn't bring my objection forms with me. I brought everything but that. 2811, 180,400. 2813, 180,400. 2815, 178,700. 2817, 195,300.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to start out by saying I watched the prior hearing, and I believe Julia, did you present? Julia? Was that your first presentation? You did great. You did really good.
Could we please stay on target?
Yes. I'd also like to say that I worked filing many objections, and I'd also like to say that Tracy did an excellent job. So my name is Gary Kohlenberg, and I'd like to start out with my credentials. I am a certified assessor level 2 by the Department of Revenue, just as the assessor is. I've been a certified assessor for, I think, 13 or 14 years. I am also a certified public accountant. I am also a real estate broker, approaching 30 years. Educational background, bachelor's in finance, master's in accounting, master's in international business. So I will do my best to keep this on target and brief. We have a lot to cover, and I should be able to cover it with a single presentation. Markarian hierarchy. Tier 1 does not apply. Sale of the subject property in an arm's length transaction. Tier 2, comparable sales. So on the surface, it would look like there would be a lot of comparable sales. These are condominiums, and here in Fitchburg, a lot of sales. However, I couldn't find any. So property ownership oftentimes is considered fee simple. Fee simple is the complete interest in a property, subject only to government powers such as eminent domain, right out of the Assessor's Manual, page G38. Fee simple includes a bundle of rights. Number 1, it is unencumbered. You also have the right to sell an interest, the right to lease an interest, the right to occupy the property, the right to mortgage an interest, the right to give away an interest, and the right to do nothing at all. That's a fee simple. This is not a fee simple property. The property owner does not live there. The property owner encumbered the property with a lease. He has a leased fee interest, a freehold interest, where the possessory interest has been granted to another party by creation of a contractual landlord-tenant relationship, i.e., a lease. That's right out of the Wisconsin Property Assessor's Manual, page G38. The flip side to a leased fee interest is a leasehold interest, the interests in a property associated with the lessee. So what we have is a property owner that does not live in this condo. We have a property owner that leased his condo. And in order to find comparable sales, I needed to find condominiums that were leased and sold approximately in the last 3 years. I couldn't find any. I don't know that any exist here in Fitchburg. I don't know that I can even find in Dane County a record of least fee interest condominiums. So we're not at tier 1, we're not at tier 2. That brings us to tier 3. Tier 3 is the cost approach or the income approach. The Wisconsin Property Assessors Manual clearly states that when a property is an income property, the income approach is often the best way to value the real estate. The reason is because the property owner is operating a real estate business, and the buyer of a leased property is buying a stream of payments. And that's exactly what the income approach does. So I had sent in to the assessor during open book the same documents that you received. I'd like to note that I did go to open book, and although I had over 30 properties that I wanted to discuss with the assessor, they did not discuss 30 properties with me. They discussed about 2 or 3. None of these 9 were discussed. And I was hoping that the assessor would reach out. And they did reach out. They asked me to restate financial statements for a different property, and they asked me for access to a different property. But none of these 9 properties were responded to by the assessor during open book or after open book. That's why I'm here today talking to the board. So when you look at my first document, it was labeled analysis. And I'll go through this. We have 9 properties. I grouped them together. Yes. We have 9 properties. I grouped them together. I did not break them apart because when you own over $100 million worth of real estate.
Do not pull that up. I do not see that document in my packet with your objection form. Okay, I've got it. I did ask you if you're going to be reading or having any exhibits, and you said no. So this will be marked Taxpayer Exhibit 1.
I misunderstood, Mr. Chairman. I thought you were asking if I would be presenting any new exhibits other than the ones you were submitted.
Any exhibits?
Yes. Everything I submitted to the clerk is considered an exhibit.
No, it's not.
For my presentation.
Not until it's presented to me and I identify it as an exhibit. Then it'll be part of the record. Not until then.
Okay. For the record, everything I submitted in advance should be considered for this hearing an exhibit. If you'd like me to present each one individually, I will do that.
You better do it, because
Very
otherwise
good.
they're not considered accurate and part of the record. They'll
All
be
right,
identified
so-
as taxpayers exhibits 1 through whatever number of
Very good.
documents you have.
I'll do it. So the first exhibit is the analysis. The second exhibit is the operating statement. Third exhibit is the rent roll. And I don't know that I included any other exhibits. So on
Okay.
the analysis,
Before you go on, I want to make sure they're marked for the record. So I'm looking at a 2019 operating statement for Riva West LLC. Is that what you're referring to?
yes,
Okay, then I also see a 2020 operating statement for Riva LLC West.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I have a 2019 and a 2020, both identifying as Riva West LLC townhomes.
Those are all exhibits, sure.
Which one are you reading from?
2021.
Okay. So 2021 will be marked as Taxpayers Exhibit 2. Please continue.
Thank you. So, on the document identified as 20, okay, so, just a moment. I want to make sure we're talking about the same document. In the upper right-hand corner, the document I'm reading from says tax year 2022. That's the document I'm referring to. And it includes information from the 2021 net operating statement. I can't see what you're holding up.
That's the 2021 operating statement,
Yes,
identified as taxpayer Exhibit 2.
yes.
The only thing in the upper right-hand corner is the clerk's stamp dating it as August 24th receivement.
Okay, the analysis says 2022 in the upper right-hand corner.
Don't know if we have that. Where do you find that, Rich?
Okay,
So it's
that's
the
Exhibit
property.
1. That's taxpayer Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Okay, so just for the record, the analysis is for the tax year 2022. It uses data from the income statement labeled 2021. Is everybody clear?
Everybody got that?
Yes.
Okay, please
Okay.
continue.
Thank you. So when you look at the first line under the term direct capitalization, it's gross rental income. The way you arrive at that is you take the rent roll, add it up, and you add in certain items to bring it up to speed. So we start out with the $16,630 from the rent roll. Multiply it by 12 for each of the 12 months. And then we're going to add additional income. We had, over the term of a year, for all 9, lease modification of $35, pet income of $3,584, reservation fee of $200, an NSF check of $35, other income of $176, and you get $4,030. So you have a potential gross income by adding those two together for $203,590. Is everybody with me? Excellent. So then we build in a vacancy factor. I used a 5% vacancy factor, and that's because every property has vacancies. Every property has vacancies. And when you use a 5% vacancy factor, that's the same as saying that over a 20-year period, a unit will be vacant 1 year. That's what 5% means. Collection loss. Not everybody pays. 1%. Now, this is standard in the market, and it is also professional judgment. That gives us effective gross income of $191,616. Looking at the financial statement, we have actual expenses of $81,395.
Before you go on to expenses, I'd like to just clarify on your income. You said the income is from the rent roll?
So to get to...
So you're using contract rent? These are all rental contracts?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so
You
this
know,
is...
you know the appraisal standards say you should use market rent? Potential gross income is based on current market rent, not on
I'm
contract
sorry,
rent?
it is market rent.
No, it's not. You just told me it's contract rent.
Okay. Which would you prefer?
Appraisal practice requires using potential market rents.
Is that according to USPAF?
That's according to USPAP and the Wisconsin Assessment Manual.
All right. Well, I used contract.
Okay.
Okay, and I can also tell you that when you have as many apartments as my client does, the market is the contract rent. He is the market. He owns.
That's your opinion. Please continue.
Exactly, it is my opinion. So he helps establish the market. So then what we do is we look at the expenses of $81,395, and we're going to knock out the taxes. And the reason we do this is we're going to add taxes back at the bottom. It's called loading the cap rate. So we knock out the taxes of $43,069. We knock out actual management. He put in actual management of $10,014. In my opinion, management of a project like this would run about 5.5%, which is very close to actual. So we knock out actual, add back market of $10,539, and we reserve an expense for deduct a reserve for replacement of $4,790. And essentially what that says is, when you look at this document, you will not see depreciation. That's because depreciation is an accounting term. However, real estate depreciates economically when the roof wears down and the carpet is worn and bricks fall out of the side of the building. And so these are true economic consequences of owning a property, and so we need to build back in. 2.5% is industry standard, and it is also professional judgment. That gives us adjusted total expenses of $43,641. When we subtract expenses from income, we have a net operating income of $147,975. Is everybody with me at that point? Excellent. So now we're going to build in the cap rate, into the cap rate, the tax rate. So we use last year's tax rate of 2.0918%, and we use a cap rate of 6.5% for a loaded cap rate of 8.592%. And when we divide the net operating income by the loaded cap rate, we have, in my opinion, a market value of $1,722,289. And then we have to adjust for the assessment ratio. The assessment ratio is 100%. There is no adjustment. In my opinion, the market value of all 9 properties is $1,722,000, rounding up to $300 million. Did I put on my form here? Well, it's rounded up, $1,722,300. Be happy to entertain any questions.
I have a question. How did you develop your cap rate?
Well, I'm glad you asked. So I met with the assessors several weeks ago, and we talked about the cap rate. And I asked them how they developed their cap rate. And they put a slide on the screen, and I looked at it, and I'm like, well, what's that? Well, those are all the sales. And I said, okay. So let's go through each one of those sales. And as we went through the sales, I found problems with the sales. There were portfolio sales. There were some invalid sales. There were some non-comparable sales. And then they said, well, look at this. We have these sales from Madison. Okay. So I looked at them. And when I left the office, I submitted an open records request, which was drafted in advance. And just a moment. I submitted the open records request, and I modified it with a request for the slide that they showed me and the Madison sales. So that open records request was made on August 9th. Just a moment. I don't know. It was the day that we met. Just a moment. It's the day we met. And so the open records request wasn't fulfilled. So then on September 2nd, again, I asked for those documents. And again, no response. So then I contacted the city of Madison, and I asked them for help in how they determined their cap rate for apartments. And he wrote back, and he said, we have a cap rate of 5.5 to 6.5. And I asked him to call me. I wanted to discuss it with him, and I wanted to see more about how he got there. No response. That was one of the assessors. Then I called and emailed the chief assessor, Michelle Dre. No response. And then I called her again and emailed her again yesterday. She responded, but she did not give me the answers. And so the cap rate that I used was actually presented by the assessor's office in an unfulfilled open records request, and it was from the city of Madison. And the problem with the comps that were being used is that they were portfolio sales. Now, in that open records request, I want to go into a little bit of detail about...
At this point, it's a moot point because you didn't get the information, and you told us what we needed to know, how you got the cap rate.
Yeah, I got it from the city of Madison.
Open records request is inconsequential at this point, so thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, it's very consequential. So I asked them, when they valued the property, if they made adjustments to those comps. And I took it right out of the assessor's manual. Did they do property record card research, sales analysis, marketing information, questionnaires, worksheets, communications with the buyer, seller, broker, real estate transfer tax returns? It's right here. It's right out of the assessor's manual. I asked them, where did they get the adjustments that they made for the portfolio sales? And again, it's silent. So it's very relevant. And I'm just trying to get the information they presented. So I got my comparable sales from the city of Madison. I just can't produce them. It was flashed on the screen by the city of Fitchburg. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question. The 5% vacancy rate, is that just a general rule, Mr. Kohlenberg, that you're using, or does that reflect the local market?
Well, when you look at this particular set of 9 properties, one is vacant. So that would suggest that it's actually higher than 5%. So when you look at the market as it's behaving on these units at that point in time, greater than 10% vacancy. I used 5% to be more conservative, which raises up the assessed value.
I just say I know do some work with the apartment association. They're saying that the local area, Madison area, vacancies are close to 1 or 2%.
Sure. I'm using actual data rather than averages. I'm using 9 comparable properties.
Okay.
I mean, spot on with this subject property.
Additional question. How are these properties deeded? Are they deeded as condos? Are they deeded as apartments? If they wanted to sell these properties, how would they be sold?
I don't know.
Okay. I'll ask the assessor after she finishes her presentation. You have anything else to add?
No.
Okay, then we'll turn it over to the assessor and her staff member. Please identify yourself for the record.
I'm Amy Mercer, the city assessor. Because we're doing 4, we're going to have a lot of packets to give you, so hopefully it won't get too confusing, okay? So it might take a minute to pass these all out.
I'm just going to briefly step out and use the rest.
Thank you. Thanks, Craig.
I'm just going to start, and you can pipe it if you need to. I'll get to the support. All right, thank you. We've distributed written information summarizing the basis for completing the 2022 assessment of the subject property. We've distributed 5 packets to you. I'll just describe each packet. So the first packet you'll have will be just basic information for all 4 of these. And then that same packet, unless I need to do it again, will be used for the next 5 cases also.
The information I'm looking at in the upper left-hand corner says Section 1.
Correct.
This will be identified as Assessor's Exhibit 1 in its numerous pages printed on both sides. So first page will be page 1A, and they'll be numbered, page 1 alphabetically, contiguous, consistent after that.
And then the next 4 packets will be basically an individual packet for each of the individual parcels. Okay, so it'll consist of the record card, the summary record card, the comps, etc., for each packet.
Key number 609-114-2341-2 will be marked as Assessor's Exhibit 2.
Can you repeat those last 4 numbers, please?
2341-2. 23-30-2 will be Assessor's Exhibit 3. 2319-2 will be Assessor's Exhibit 4. 2380 will be Assessor's Exhibit 5. Please continue.
All right, I will briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. On the first page, Section 1 is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment role. I'm Amy Mercer. I'm the city assessor here at Fitchburg. I hold an Assessor 2 certification, which expires 8/31 of 2026. I've worked in the assessment industry for over 22 years. I also worked with the Department of Revenue in the Equalization Bureau as a property assessment journey for 2.5 years. I've defended and reviewed both 7085 cases and defended values during open book border review. I have a degree from the UW-Madison in landscape architecture. I'm on the executive board for WAYO, and I'm also serve on 2 state advisory committees for continuing ed, and also on a state advisory committee that brings together assessors, county listers, clerks, etc. So then Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of a property as of January 1 of 2022. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 outlines that properties shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value which could ordinarily be obtained, therefore, at private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of a recent arm's length sale. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is the information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as a systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll find a location map illustrating the subject property's location. So you actually have 2 pages there. One that gives you a much larger view. This subject, we'll call it subject properties. There are 4 units on the west side of the street and 5 on the right side of the street. They are located just north of East Sherrill Parkway and east of South Sahin, and over on kind of the north central, northeast side of town. The next map actually shows you each parcel number and the location of each address. So as you can see, there are 4 parcels on the left, and we'll discuss later the 5 parcels on the right. Then we're going to move away from, right now, we're going to move away from the Exhibit 1, and we are going to go to the property record cards. And I'll try to say as much as I can that's the same between all the exhibits, unless you would like me to go through one exhibit at a time. I'm not sure what will be easier for the board to follow. I can try and do them all at one time if you'd like, but.
The general structures are similar,
Yes,
and
Yep.
there are slight variations in the square footage.
correct. So I can just read one if you'd like me to in depth and go from there.
Let's try that.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the Exhibit 5 then, because it's the lowest parcel number. That is 2811 No Oaks Ridge, parcel 0609-114-23082. On the first page, you'll see the legal description. This parcel is the third addition to Nine Springs Lot 18. Now, these four parcels are Lot 18, 19, 20, and 21, so each one is an individual parcel. Then these are located in the Nine Springs neighborhood. The assessment data is on the upper right-hand side. So all four parcels, the land value is $44,000. And then the improvement value, the two end units improvement value is $187,100. And the two interior parcels, their improvement value is $184,900. The second page of the property record card would list any recent permits. And just as a note, they didn't always list the permits on our property record cards previously, but we went to a different permitting system, and so now we download those automatically into our system. And then the sale history, if it had any sales, would be listed on the upper right-hand side of page 2. Below that is the information pertaining to the land. We value these on a unit basis as a buildable unit. Then page 3 lists the data pertaining to the property. It is a 2-story, and I call these the 2-story apartment condo / 0 lot lines. These are actually 0 lot lines and are not a condominium plat. This is a special zoning called Smart Code zoning that allows for a much higher density. They are aluminum or vinyl sided with asphalt shingles, built in 2014. They are air conditioned. I believe they're 2 bedrooms, all 2.5 bathrooms, if I remember right. The first floor on this particular unit is 600 square feet, and the second floor is 821 square feet. There is no basement on these. The grade is a B- grade. It also has a patio, open porch, and an attached garage or built-in garage. Page 4 will show you what the footprint of the property looks like. So you can see your first floor and your second floor actually goes over your garage. Okay. Then I'm going to move to the summary valuation detail for that property. So on the market valuation detail at the top, you will see that we have it listed as one buildable unit at $44,000 per buildable unit. All of the data that I just referenced times the standardized cost tables will create the replacement cost new of $198,172. Then the age of the building will have depreciation pulled off of that, and it's pulling off $23,325 for depreciation. And then we apply neighborhood or market adjustments. This neighborhood has a 7% above the standardized cost tables adjustment. And that market adjustment is $12,239 for a total value for this property of the improvement value of $187,100, plus the land value brings in a total of $231,100. Now, throughout the city, we have lots of 0 lot lines and condos that both sell. They act very similar, except the rights are different in a condo versus a 0 lot line. The next page are our comparable sales for this particular one. And you can see there's a lot of, the smart code is, the zoning is smart code, so the comparable sales tend to fall in that. So Terra Vesa, east of 14 on this comp map, There's a wide array of zero lot lines that have been selling. We also have comps that are in Crescent Crossing. And the other neighborhood that we tend to have a lot of comps for this type of property, we have Quarry Vista, and then there's also the Seminole Pines condos. So the site map just shows you that these are located throughout the city. And I think we have, what did I calculate the other day? I think we have about 25% of all of our residential properties are condos or zero lot lines throughout the city. So we have a high population of these type of properties. The next, actually 18 pages, because of the type and because it didn't have basement, the subjects on these didn't have a basement. We have a wide array of comparables that I just thought I'm just going to pull them all in that are the most similar to this to exhibit that we do have a lot of these that sell throughout the community. I'll just talk about the first four.
Are you able to delineate which ones do not have a basement, or do all the comps have a basement?
It will, I can explain that on each one of these. I don't know if, I'd have to look at each one of these if any of these do not. It will adjust for not having a basement on these. So comp 1 is 2716 Sparks Street. It sold in December 2021 for $302,900. When adjusted to the comparable market value would be $255,700. I might just selectively show you so that we can talk about various neighborhoods. So that's one in Crescent Crossing. One in Terra Vesa would be comp 11. That sold in August of 2021 for $366,350. When adjusted to the comp, it comes in at $222,350. There is one in Quarry Vista that sold, that's $62.91, that's comp 13. That's $370,000 was the sale price. When adjusted to the comparable, that was $269,200. So these are quite common through the city. I'm not going to go into detail. You can ask me questions further on those. So let me then check back to my script to see what I might have missed. So on this particular property, the subject property's assessment or estimated fair market value was $231,100. Between all of these comps, the market value would derive a value at $249,800 based on comparable sales values. So in summary, there is not a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. Consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using a valuation model based on Volume 2 of the manual and 2020 and 2021 arm's length sales. That mass appraisal assessment is supported and validated utilizing recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, adjusted for differences between them and the subject property. Now I'm going to go back to the Exhibit 1 information. information got all mixed up here. Do you have a full packet? Oh, exhibit one. Oh, I found it. All right, so in Exhibit 1, I'll also just point out the tax rep, Mr. Kohlenberg, did come to open book. He had a wide array of properties to discuss. We asked for, I told him it would probably take an entire day to go through everything. But we chose to come mid-afternoon. We went through the first couple. I did ask about this property at one time, and I asked him, I said, why are you, to discuss this property, and I said, why aren't you looking at comps? I explained that it was smart code zoning, which is a unique type of zoning, and was questioning why we were even kind of discussing it and moving to Tier 3 on that. He didn't say anything more, so we talked about 2 properties. He provided performas for all of those, and in those, he used the same vacancy rate and effective gross income, deducted management fees and that, and then used the same cap rate, I think, on every one. And I asked him how he derived his vacancy rate and did not answer. I asked how he derived his cap rate and did not answer. Told me basically he just came with a notepad and a pen. And I asked again, how did you come up with this? We've shown you that we looked at actual sales and the actual income that was reported for those sales and derived an actual cap rate on those properties that have sold. He mentioned earlier about one of those that was a portfolio sale. Well, that portfolio sale, we didn't have any income, so we didn't even calculate a cap rate because you couldn't, because we didn't have the income from, they had never turned that income in to calculate one for that sale. He did ask about how we made adjustments to the comps. I explained this isn't comps that we're looking at. This is our worksheet that we are using based off of sales to calculate an actual cap rate from these sales. So we shared that with him. The next couple documents that you'll have, they are at the top, it says 2022 revaluation income approach. So based on the information he provided, we took that information and basically did a pro forma with that. The one spreadsheet, on that spreadsheet, we calculated this using the city model for newer apartments and their allowable expenses. So the one spreadsheet, we took his potential gross income. We did a 3% vacancy. That's what we used citywide, I think on all properties except Section 42. We did a collection loss of 1%. And then management and reserves, we used 7%, 5% management and 2% for reserves. And then on this, we also looked at his expenses, and his expenses came out to be 14%. So that net operating income came to $153,764. We used a cap rate of 4.5% because we had cap rates in the 3s and 4s, the most recent cap rates. And then the effective tax rate for a combined tax rate of 659,177. And using that information, we came up for the 9 units, a total of $2,332,666. So the land value would have been $396 for all 9. The improvements would have been $1,936,700 for all 9. for a total value of the $2,332,700, or $259,189 for combined for all 9. Our assessment, if you look off to the right there, our combined assessment comes in at $2,205,100, which comes to $245,011, which is actually less than if we used our standard vacancy, our standard management, and our standard cap rate. We also looked at it, the second sheet that looks very similar. That one we using all actual except reserves that were not reported. And vacancy management allowable expense percentages are calculated from the actual reported number. So the second item in the packet gave the potential gross income, the actual vacancy and collection loss that we were able to decipher. Let me just make sure, right? Was 2%. Reserves, we used 2%. Management calculated backwards to 5%. So when you see those in the purple, those were actually calculated backwards, those percentages on this one. And then the allowable expense is calculated to 14%, if I recall. I don't have the electronic version, but I'm trying to remember what we did. And this one we tried to use as actual income to see what really supported these numbers. And in that case, that total value would have came to $2,402,400, which is actually even higher than our model, but very similar to what our model came in at.
Amy, you had said earlier that these were all 2 bedrooms, but you have them, these are 3 bedrooms?
We just use that as a field. No, they're not. That on the left is not. We just use our standard template. Typically, we would put it in each one. We're just using it to exhibit that potential gross.
Okay.
Okay, so sorry if that's confusing.
No, that's fine.
We just put a 9 in for the number I should
Thanks
have
for
put
the
it into.
Yep, okay.
So if you use what we use throughout the entire city for cap rates, vacancy rates, management reserves, our value comes in actually less as a total value than what the Mr. Kohlberg is stating. And the next 2 pages are just copies of the building permits. So I guess in summary, there is not a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. Consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using a valuation model based on Volume 2 of the manual in 2020 and 2021 arm's length sales. That mass appraisal assessment is supported and validated utilizing recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties adjusted for differences between them and the subject property. And I believe that concludes my presentation. Unless you'd like me to go through each record card of the other ones.
Just for the record, each property was valued in a similar fashion?
Correct. Each property is valued with the attributes of that property, the square footage, the sketch. All of them will have a sketch. All their attributes would generate those values. And then they're all in the same neighborhood, so they all will have the same modifier applied to them, utilizing a sales modified cost approach, like all of the other properties that we use as comparables also.
Okay. Point of clarification, if I went down the street and looked at these 4 units, to me it would look like one building?
Yes, it appears to be one building.
So with a 0 lot line, even though it looks to be one building, they're individual units that can be sold as individual parcels because they're identified that way in the tax roll. So anybody who wanted to sell one rather than lease it, would have that opportunity.
Correct.
So it's similar to a condo, only it doesn't have the same zoning.
Correct. It's similar to a condo, except they technically own the land underneath their piece on that parcel. Where a condo, that land is owned in part by, if this was condoed, it'd be one segment of land that each party owns 1/4 of,
Correct.
typically.
Okay.
This, they own their actual piece of land under their section, and they refer to these as zero lot lines, is how I, refer to them.
1 second, Sean. And also, with the number of sales you had, you ran the income approach just for verification as a secondary analysis to determine if the sales analysis was giving you a reasonable value. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep, I always like to look at all three approaches of value if I have that information. One, it supports then also that cap rate. If you work backwards, then that actually could give us the cap rate. I would have liked to have done that. I just ran out of time where I could have maybe taken the sales of one that I found very similar and worked backwards on an income using a model to say, hey, is this cap rate exact? But, when you work at both directions, that it does pull in that cap rate is appropriate then for these type of buildings based on the sales of how many other properties that are selling that are very similar to this.
And in the Terra Vesa development, there were sales of other properties with the same zero lot line circumstance
Correct.
situation?
Correct. Terra Vesa had zero lot lines. It does not, I don't think there's any condos in Terra Vesa at all. I believe Crescent Crossing are all zero lot lines also. And Quarry Vista, I'm not positive. I'd have to look at their legal description on those, if they actually were condos or zero lot lines. I think they're zero lot lines, though. I don't think those are condoed either.
So what I'm hearing then is there has been an active market in Fitchburg in the 22 and 21, the years 2022 and 21, for these types of properties with similar ownership interest being transferred.
Correct. And, I've sometimes I wonder why are they not selling these when they sell like hotcakes. I mean, they really do sell. And I think everything in Terra Vesa has been built in the last year or two, and I think the majority have already sold.
Okay.
So things sell very, very quickly in this type of market, and that's why we just keep building them and we keep doing the smart code, so that, they're looked at as a more affordable housing, I guess. It's not truly affordable, but it's, in this market, it's, instead of renting, you can purchase one of these instead of renting.
Other questions for the assessor?
I do, real briefly, Mr. Chair. Amy, this is the first time, is this really part of the first smart code assessing that you've done on a smart code zoning, or
Oh, no.
what other units in the city?
So like I said, in Terra Vesa, all of those are using that sales modified cost approach.
Okay.
The ones in Quarry Vista, all of them throughout the city are valued this way. We typically do not even ask for income and expense on those. A few years ago, when I was doing residential, I did actually ask for this income. And during the open book period, I looked at it then, and we kind of went back and forth on it, but they didn't pursue it any further. And I actually found, if I recall, that I thought these actually sold, that the income would have created a higher value than if they sold those at that time. But typically, we do not ask for income on these because we consider them a residential single-family home that can be bought and sold.
So you found comps easy to find for this?
Yes, definitely.
So, Mr. Kohlenberg, why did you say that you could?
Still talking with the assessor.
Oh, sorry. I was going to ask him a question, because I was going to ask my question off of what she just said. Can I do that?
No, not yet.
Okay,
We'll open up for questions.
Good.
All parties.
no problem.
Anything else you want to add?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you.
That concludes your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, then, I'll open the floor for questions both from Mr. Kohlenberg to the assessor of Mr. Kohlenberg, and the board to either party. Mr. Kohlenberg, I recognize you. Please speak.
Critical to the valuation of a property is the cap rate. We had covered that slide that you presented when I met you and Craig, and I asked for a copy of the slide along with a number of other supporting documents in establishing your cap rate. I've asked for
Are these questions, or is this more testimony?
I'm getting there.
It's an opportunity for you to ask questions of the assessor, not to present more testimony.
I'm asking a question.
Okay, please be more concise then. Seems like you're asking a lot of things that don't focus on a question.
I think my question covered the last 15 seconds. I can wrap it up in 30.
Please do.
I'll start over so that we have a continuum. I met you and Craig at your office. Cap rate was a focus of discussion. You presented a slide. On that slide, you had comp sales for the city of Fitchburg, which you corrected me and said they're not comp sales, they're similar sales. And you had comp sales from Madison. I asked for the information in an open records request. It wasn't fulfilled. I asked for it again. It wasn't fulfilled. The content of my request was essentially straight out of the manual. I wanted to know what adjustments you made to portfolio sales and how did you substantiate if they were valid sales. The assessor's office is compelled to respond to open records request.
Sir, I'm not hearing.
This is spot on, Mr. Chairman. I'm asking, where is my open records document?
Then that's a question. Stop right there. You're putting in a lot of testimony that is hearsay, and we cannot consider hearsay. We want to have an opportunity for a question. You asked a question, I'll ask the assessor to answer it. Please be more concise in your questions.
Mr. Chairman, it is not hearsay because I was there and I am repeating what I said. If I said what she said, that would be hearsay. I'm asking you, where is my open records request, Amy? Where is the fulfillment?
So I'll answer that question. Your open records request went to Tracy, correct? And in that open records request, you had additional information that you had requested. I don't remember what it was because you asked a variety of open records requests.
It's right here.
And within that, can I see it? And I'll answer, I gave a reply back to Tracy that there would be additional costs related to this open records request. Because in this open records request that he has here in front of him, it says regarding the following tax IDs, and he listed a whole array of parcel addresses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Please provide the comparable sale data used. Also include any communication in any form used to establish if the comparable sales were valid. Documentation should include, but is not limited to any, property record card, sales analysis used to establish amount applicable to real property in determining market value, marketing information, questionnaires, worksheets, communication with buyer, seller, and broker to determine the validity of the sale and allocation, real estate transfer return, verification of real estate transfer return, adjustment grid, appraisal ordered by the assessor's office, allocation calculations, isolation of going concern and goodwill, isolation of personal property, communication with other municipalities regarding portfolio sales in multiple districts, special treatment of known portfolio sales, if not considered confidential, appraisal by the buyer or seller, closing documents, offer to purchase. Please identify the records requested above by date as follows: before assessment notices were sent, after assessment notices were sent. So I gave a reply that the amount of work to go into this would probably take my entire staff 6 months to complete that request. This would mean I'd have to pull every paper file, go through every sale. It does not specify how many sales because you're looking at comparable sales. So that means you're not just looking at the 6 properties here. You're looking at a much wider, extensive property search. I consider this overly burdensome for our department, and there would be a cost incurred to search out all of this. In order to do that, we would need to charge a fee, and I believe the policy is that we need that fee. You'd have to pay that fee up front prior to our beginning this search. What he just handed me doesn't have that on. I believe he hand wrote it on the copy that I received from Tracy, but what he gave me doesn't have what he's saying on even. So that's why it was not fulfilled, because he asked for such extensive searching during our time that we are preparing for board review.
I have another question. Under open records law, I'm entitled to a response. There was no response. Number one, did you instruct the clerk to not respond?
My response to the clerk was an approximate time frame that it would take, and I think I even asked our finance department for an approximate $1 per hour so that that cost could be calculated to be turned into you. I am not the person responsible for open records request. That goes through our city clerk.
I understand. My question was, did you ask the clerk to not respond?
I did not ask the clerk not to respond.
On open records request, if a fee is anticipated, the requester is entitled to know the fee in advance. To date, I have still not received a response in any regard to this property. And if it takes 6 months, and if it costs $100,000, my client has an enormous amount at stake. I'm entitled to a response. If it requires that you need to estimate a fee to fulfill the response, it is incumbent upon you as the assessor who is producing the documents for the clerk to produce that fee. So, will you produce, excuse me, I'm asking my question. Will you produce an estimate?
Shut him off if I have to.
I have already provided this
Amy,
information to the clerk.
Enough. She's answered your question. It's not her responsibility. So you are not going to continue sitting here pestering her about something she has no control over. You've been asked your question. It's been answered. Move on, or your mic will be shut off.
As I was asking my question, it took 15 seconds, and you told me to be more concise. No more questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions from the board of either party, the assessor or the taxpayer's representative? At this point, then, I'll declare that all the information has been presented and that the hearing is closed. We'll then move to deliberations based on the evidence that's been presented for us today. In reviewing the documents that have been presented, we agreed to combine 4 properties, indicating that they were very similar in physical structure and characteristics, and that the approach used on them would be consistent in the valuation process as used by the assessor, so that we wouldn't have to look at 4 piles of property record card data to make a decision as to whether or not the information was reflective of all properties. Both parties agreed to that operation and conclusion. In looking at the material presented by the taxpayer, I have found one major concern. He did not follow proper appraisal practice and procedure, which requires that potential gross income be generated using current rents, not contract rents, but actual market rents. In the documents he provided, indicated rents from 2021 had gone up from the earlier lease contracts that had been signed by the parties, indicating that the rents in 2021 were higher than those from 2019 and 2020. That, to me, is a major flaw in the approach that he applied, plus the fact he did not present any kind of documentation of his own. And if he disagreed with the assessor's calculations of gross rent multiplier and didn't find anything on his own, or I guess he didn't do a gross rent multiplier of his cap rate, he should have done one himself to provide for the board. Why? Because the cap rate is based on market transactions, not on my best estimate or the City of Madison's estimate or what the assessor used. So I found two things that the assessor looked at, should have looked at, that were presented to her that didn't follow the guidance of proper appraisal practice. Next, as I look at the information the assessor provided, she clearly showed that there are similar properties in the city of Fitchburg that have current sales indications that have the exact same zoning situation as the subject property. So whether you consider this a 4-unit apartment, which we can't because it has ownership interests that are different, but we certainly have ownership interests in the city exactly like this property, where the 4 properties we're looking at on appeal that reflect exactly the fact that we have current market data. That being the case, rules of evidence as established by the Supreme Court pushed us to the point where we wasted time talking about income approach because we have current comparable sales. So therefore, I think what we heard was a lot of interesting information that really doesn't impact on the valuation of the properties we're considering. So based on what I've been hearing, based on the work that's been done by the assessor, I would make a motion that we sustain the assessment on these properties based on the fact that they are established based on current market evidence within the city of Fitchburg, following the guidance of the Property Assessment Manual under the statutes of Chapter 70 of Wisconsin law. I have made a motion. I'll open it up for a second.
This is Andy. I second.
I have a motion and a second. I'll open that up for discussion.
My discussion, Mr. Chair, would be, I do think there's comps out there that you could have found. I mean, this is, as Amy has said, very active market, especially under the $250,000 range in the real estate market. If you can find anything that's under $250,000 in this city is amazing. So I've struggled with that, Mr. Kohlenberg, of where you couldn't find the comps. So I'll defer to the chair on the appraisal practices and things like that with his years of experience with the Department of Revenue, but I'm pretty comfortable sustaining the assessor's statement on this.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note, it was a unanimous decision. The assessment on these 4 parcels is being sustained. Do you want me to read into the record, the parcel numbers?
Yes, please.
City of Fitchburg parcel number 0609-114-2341-2, 2817 No Oaks RDG. Is that Ridge? Second one, 609-114-2330-2, 2815 No Oaks Ridge. Third one, 0609-114-2330-2, 2319-2. 28, excuse me, that's 2813. This is odd. We want even numbers. 609-114-2328-2308-2. 2811 No Oaks Ridge. And someplace I misplaced 13. $2813, no parcel number. Looking at a different sheet here. I don't see it.
I have it. Do you want me to read it?
Please.
Parcel number 0609-114-2319-2, 2813 No Oaks Ridge.
Thank you. For the record, please note, if you're unhappy with the decision of the Board of Review, you have an opportunity to appeal this beyond the board. One of the first things you can do is to take it to the Department of Revenue under 7085 of the statutes. If you so desire, there's additional appeal options as will be stated on the back of the notice you'll be receiving from the clerk. Please read it carefully. They do identify your options for continuing the appeal process beyond the Board of Review. Thank you for your testimony. This case is adjourned. And here's 2813. We're moving on then on our agenda. We'll let the clerk do her thing with Mr. Kohlenberg. Yep. While she's doing that, if we need to take a 5-minute break, let's go offline for 5 minutes as we take care of the paperwork on that appeal. Okay, we're ready. We'll reconvene after a short recess. Going back to our agenda, we have 5 more appeals, also by Mr. Scott Kelly from Riva West LLC. Again, representing him today is McGarry Kohlenberg. These 5 parcels, again, are 0 lot line properties, just like the properties we just talked about. These are even number parcels. So it's at 2810, 2812, 2814, 2816, and 2818 No Oaks Ridge in Fitchburg. I'm looking for the parcel numbers on the objection forms. Go to the agenda.
Beginning on item H of the agenda.
Too much paper. I think I buried it.
Sorry.
Clipping things together so they wouldn't get misplaced, and I think I misplaced it by putting them together. So as I go to our agenda, I'm looking at Riva West LLC. I'll start with parcel number for 2810, 609-114-2473-2, 609-114-2462-2, that's for 2812, 2814, 609-114-2551-2, 2816, 609-114-2440-2, and the fifth parcel, 2818-609-114-2429-2. These are 5 residential parcels located on No Oaks Lane on, I guess, in the northeast corner of the city of Fitchburg. Representing the taxpayer is Mr. Kohlenberg. Mr. Kohlenberg, I'm going to swear you in again. This is a different hearing, so please raise your right hand. Also swear in the assessor and her staff as well.
Okay, raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Gary Kohlenberg, 345 River Bluff Circle, Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
Thank you. And for the assessor's office, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Amy Mercer, City Assessor.
I do as well, Craig Olson, Deputy City Assessor.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And again, Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption of correctness, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. Next, sales of reasonably comparable property. And third, when all other approaches to value, such as the income approach on income-producing properties and the cost approach on special purpose or unique properties where there is no active market. At this time, please share any exhibits that you will be reading into the record.
Just a moment. The exhibits I'm including in this hearing are identical to the exhibits I included in the prior hearing for the 4 properties adjacent to or across the street from these 5 parcels.
So the first one is the one that has property assessment analysis, year 2022.
Everything's identical.
Please state for the record the correct or not.
Correct.
I'm marking the exhibits for this hearing.
Correct.
This will so be marked then taxpayers exhibit number 1. The next exhibit you'll be using?
The 2021 income and expense.
This will be marked then taxpayers exhibit 2.
$2020 income and expense.
Pardon me?
2020 income and expense.
2020 income and expense will be then marked as taxpayers exhibit 3.
$2019 income and expense.
2019 income and expense will be marked taxpayers exhibit 4.
And January 2022 rent roll.
Taxpayers Exhibit 5, rent roll analysis. Please begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My testimony is essentially identical to everything that I presented in the past. However, I'd like to clarify. The rent roll that you have in front of you represents both contract and market. The reason that it represents market is because these rents are adjusted on the anniversary date. They are 1-year leases, and the oldest it could be is 12 months. The newest it could be is 0 months. On the average, that means that they are at oldest 6 months old. Market and contract rates have not varied tremendously in a 6-month period. They have stabilized. So when it was stated that I am not using market rents, that is incorrect. I am using market rents and contract rents, which are essentially identical. The next thing I'd like to state is that the comparable sales that were used by the assessor were for fee-simple estates. This is not a fee-simple property. This is a leased fee property, meaning that the property is encumbered by the rights of the tenant. Let me be very clear on what that means. If I own the property and I lease it to Charlie, and I say to Charlie, "You're out, I want to live in my condo," he would say, "I have rights. I have a lease. You can't move in there." That means the bundle of rights that I have is less than if I had a fee-simple estate. They're not the same. They are not comps. When you don't have comps, you must move to Tier 3. I have nothing further.
Okay? Then we'll then turn to the assessor. Please present evidence that you would like us to consider.
All right, thank you. We're going to distribute a lot of information to you, okay?
Thanks, Julia. Thanks, Craig. Thank you.
Please let the record note that the the assessor has presented to us 5 different packets of information reflecting the information that was used to develop the assessment on the 5 parcels under appeal. Again, at 2810 No Oaks Ridge, 2812 No Oaks Ridge, 2814 No Oaks Ridge, 2816 No Oaks Ridge, and 2818 No Oaks Ridge. Each of these exhibits will be marked as Assessor's Exhibit 1 through 5. Are you using the exhibit that you entered before?
Yes, I will be using the Exhibit 1 from the prior presentation also. So there's actually a total of 6 exhibits then.
We have another copy of that that I can mark as your exhibit for this appeal.
Is that another copy of this one? From previously? Yep. Yes, we do.
Thank you. Again, Assessor's Exhibit 1 is multiple pages. It will be marked alphabetically to recognize each of the pages independently as part of this submission to the board. So I have Assessor's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And are you using 1 as the previous exhibit, just so I know how to reference it?
One that has your base information, just like we had in the other
Okay,
hearing we used.
thank you. All right, thank you. We've distributed written information summarizing the basis for completing the 2022 assessment of the subject property. I will briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. On the first page of Section 1, and that will be coming from the Exhibit 1. Okay. On the first page, Section 1 is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. I'm Amy Mercer. I'm the City Assessor for the City of Fitchburg. I have an Assessor 2 certification, which expires 8/31 of 2026. I've worked in the assessment industry for over 22 years. I also worked with the Department of Revenue in the Equalization Bureau for 2.5 years as a property assessment journey. I have my degree in landscape architecture from the UW-Madison. I serve on various WAO committees. WAO is the professional association, Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers. I also serve on a couple state advisory committees. One is for continuing education credits. So Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of a property as of January 1 of 2022. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 outlines that properties shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value which could ordinarily be obtained, therefore, at private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of a recent arm's length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is the information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as a systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. So the next page of Exhibit 1 will show, the next 2 pages shows a subject, property subject, the subject property's location map. You can see there are the 4 units that we discussed previously on the left side of the road or the west side, and then the 5 units on the right side or the east side of No Oaks Ridge. No Oaks Ridge is located just east of South Saline Road and north of East Sherrill Parkway. And it is in a smart code zoning area. The following page of Exhibit 1 gives you a zoomed-in image of the 5 parcels on the right, or the 5 parcels that we are discussing. Their addresses are the 2810 No Oaks Ridge, 2812 No Oaks Ridge, 2814 No Oaks Ridge, 2816 No Oaks Ridge, and 2818 No Oaks Ridge. These are considered zero lot lines. So then I am going to go to our other 5 exhibits, Exhibit 2 through 6, are very similar packets. Each one contains a property record card for that particular property, the valuation detail for that property. It'll show a map that shows where the comparable sales are, and then it shows some comparable sales of other comparable properties. To expedite, I'm going to kind of talk about primarily one. I'll focus on 2810 No Oaks Ridge first. That's parcel 0609 114 24732. The legal description on the record card for this parcel is 3rd edition to 9 Springs, Lot 53. And then these range from Lot 53, Lot 52, Lot 51, Lot 50, and Lot 49 of that are the parcels we are discussing. This is smart code if you look at zoning. They are all in the same neighborhood of 9 Springs. And then the assessment history is on the right-hand side, the 2022. All of the land values are $44,000. And the 2 end units, their improvement values are $222,600. The next inner on both sides of that are $206,900. And then the very center unit is $206,100. Those assessments are slightly different because there's just some slightly different data pertaining to each property. The second page of the property record card then lists any recent building permits and any sale history. So there are no building permits that have pulled into our CAMA system and no recent sale history. It also lists the property notes. And then it will list the residential land area. These are valued on a buildable unit because of the zero lot lines. Page 3 of this property record card, you can see the photo on the right-hand side. This is a 2-story building. Its style we call a 2-story apartment condo, zero lot line. It is in the condominium zero lot line use. Aluminum vinyl sided, asphalt shingles. It has AC, gas forced air. It is 2 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms. They have a gas fireplace. These on this side have a full basement in them and 2 basement garage stalls on this one. So the first floor square footage of this unit is 744 square feet. The second floor square footage is 756. And the full basement area on this is 714 square feet. These are a grade of a B-. It also has a deck and an open porch attached. And then the page 4 shows a sketch of the property. As you can see, there's a little difference between the first and second floor and the no basement. So that's why the basement square footage is less. There's a slight overhang on these properties. Now, the next page in this packet is the market valuation detail. The market valuation detail takes all of the data that I just explained and multiplies that times standardized cost tables that we receive from the Department of Revenue, Volume 2. So each item, the first floor, second, basement, each item adds up, similar to a cash register receipt, to create a replacement cost new of $235,787. Then we have depreciation that pulls from this. This year built was 2014, so it's pulling away $27,752 for depreciation. Then the next section is the market adjustments, where we look at sales and we take replacement cost new, less physical depreciation, and then we compare that to how the market sales are coming in. This is in the Nine Springs neighborhood, so it has a modifier of a 1.07. So that adjustment adds to it $14,562 for a total improvement value of $222,600, plus the land value of $44,000 equals a total of $266,600. Next in this packet is a map of comparable sales throughout the entire city. You can see the subject property is to the right of South Saline Road, about 3 inches from the right side of the paper. And then we have some comparable sales that are located in Terra Vesa. It appears to be some in, I believe, Quarry Vista again. And Crescent Crossing. We also have one in the Parkside Townhome condos. That is an actual condo. And Seminole Pines are condos also. So then the next few pages, it looks like there are 16 pages of comparable sales of similar properties. These, I'll just name off a few of them. Comp 1 is in the Terra Vesa neighborhood. It sold in September of 2021 for $384,910. When adjusted to the subject, the adjusted sale price is $293,110. I'll pick one from then, and it's going to pull in the most comparable sales, so the first ones, but then I'll pull in one from Crescent Crossing. That was sold in November of 2021, and that is 2728 Spark Street. That's comp 11. It sold for $334,900. When adjusted to the subject, it comes in at $292,200. And let's pull in one from Quarry Vista too then. Comp 17 is 6291 Quarry Vista. It sold for $370,000. When adjusted to the subject, it's at $304,000. Let's see. I'll play catch up with my script now, So the report adjusts the sale prices for all of these properties. If you look on the very first page of this comparable sales grid, the estimated fair market value of this property was $266,600. All the comps involved in this bring the comparable market value to $276,300. So the comparable market sales support the assessment of this property. Now, besides all of the property record cards and that information, Exhibit 2 through 6, if we go back to what we added in Exhibit 1, the tax rep presented some information to us during the open book process of income. Typically, we do not look at income in a single-family residential property, but we will consider it. And so when we looked at this, the first sheet is calculating the value of all 9 units. These 5 and the 4 across the street is how he presented us for all 9. The first sheet is we'll use the city model for newer apartments and their allowable expenses. So they reported a potential gross income of $199,560. Our typical vacancy in the city is 3%, a collection loss of 1%. That gives you an effective gross income of $195,781. Then they gave management and reserves. Our typical model is 5% management and 2% for reserves for a total of 7%, subtracting off of that effective gross income. And then the allowable expenses in this grid, they gave us their expenses, and that gives us a net operating income of $153,764. Our typical cap rate for the city is 4.5 for these type of properties, plus the effective tax rate gives you a loaded cap rate of 6.59177. And so that generates then a value for the 9 units to come in at $2,332,666. We always round to the nearest hundred. So the land value would be $396,000. Improvement portion would then be $1,936,700 for a total value of the $2,332,700. That price per unit would come to $259,189. Our total assessment, if you look to the upper right, the total assessment for all 9 units comes to $2,205,100, and per unit average would be $245,011. The next sheet of this packet, then we took what the tax rep reported as actual, and we worked kind of backwards to determine what that vacancy and collection loss would be and what the reserves or management of what they provided. So if we work backwards with what the actual would be, the potential gross income was $199,560. I believe the actual vacancy and collection loss came out to 2%. Reserves and management came out to the 2 and the 5. And then the allowable expenses was the 14%. We would use our cap rate of 4.5, so we're consistent and uniform throughout the city. Then our effective tax rate for a combined rate or what we refer to as a loaded cap rate of 6.59177 for a total assessment using the income approach of $2,402,375. The land value again would be $396,000. The improvement value of that then would, you take that total minus the land, and the improvement proportionate would be $2,006,400 for the total of the 9 to be $2,402,400 or $266,933 per unit. Again, in this methodology, the city's total assessment was $2,205,100 versus using this actual income would be $2,402,400. So it would actually be coming in almost $200,000 higher than our current assessment. And the last couple pages here are just showing some of the permits for this property since they're not pulled into the property record card. So in summary, there is not a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. Consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using a valuation model based on Volume 2 of the manual and 2020 and 2021 arm's length sales. The mass appraisal assessment is supported and validated utilizing recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, adjusted for differences between them and the subject property. And I also, if you go to Tier 3, then the income also supports our current assessment. If anything, it would support a higher value. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. as you looked at these parcels, before and after the open book, did you find that any of the ownership's rights to sell these parcels were encumbered by the fact that they were leased?
I did not find anything, and Mr. Kohlenberg did not present anything to us stating that.
What would you consider to be one of the encumbrances on the bundle of rights that would impact the value, specifically in this instance, the lease situation?
Well, I believe he stated that these are one-year leases for these properties. So you have 1 year on that lease. They are all individual properties. So without looking at a specific document that, he might be stating, I believe you can sell each one. I mean, we have these all over the city, and they are selling. They are built by developers for this purpose. And then in most cases, they are sold individually. And either way, if it has an encumbrance or not, the income is still supporting. If you go all the way to Tier 3, the income is supporting it, and we are using a sales modified cost approach. So our cost is standardized throughout the city, and then we're applying that sales information to bring that cost to what the market is selling for.
I'm assuming, and I shouldn't assume, but I'm asking, I guess, that you have a copy of the rent roll analysis that's been identified as taxpayers' exhibit. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, I believe 4. That was presented to you at open book?
Yes, he presented this at open book. He came in, he gave us a lot of information for a lot of parcels, all I believe on one day. And then I think that was it Friday night we received that, and open book was to end the following Wednesday. We scheduled with him, I believe, on Tuesday afternoon. And because of the extent of the material, we went through a couple parcels. I did bring these parcels up in particular because everything that was presented was strictly income approach. And I asked why this one was looked at only as income, that these were residential. I didn't know if Mr. Kohlenberg realized that or if he thought it was a commercial building or not. But these are all individual parcels, and I believe each one can be sold individually if they were to choose that.
The reason I'm asking about this document is the last column on the page I have says lease end. It actually carried over on the copies I have to another page. It shows the end dates of each of the leases for the properties under question. This is what you looked at to determine they were short-term leases?
Correct, and you do have one that is vacant, so you know that people are coming and going and moving. I believe, if I recall, I've tried to get in to view these, and I've never been able to. They've never responded for a walkthrough, and I don't know if anyone's ever gotten in these. I believe they were built in 2014, and I started here in 2016. We typically don't look at an income approach on something that is considered a residential property. But we will look at that information to see if it actually supports our value and if everything is coming in line. So we will look at all three approaches. But yeah, they have, shorter term leases. I mean, and I believe he even stated it's 1 year. And I think they actually rent these like with Permega. I believe these are short-term rentals or for Permega employees.
Anything else board wants to ask of the assessor? Well, appears to me that the situation we have with these 5 parcels on the east side of No Oaks is very similar to what we had on the west side with the 4 other parcels. So knowing that, and the process and procedures that were used, the assessor, I think, again, followed the statutes for valuing residential property, which are typically bought and sold in a residential market, not as leased property. Recognizing these are leased, but they're short-term leases, that the encumbrance, and I'm not saying that they don't have an encumbrance, it's a short-term encumbrance that can be easily taken care of by letting these leases either expire or being the tenant being purchased, bought out, ask them to move. So knowing that, I think the presumption of correctness that the assessor developed an appropriate value for these properties stands untested. The information that was presented by the taxpayer focused basically on the income approach to value, an income approach that in typical residential properties would not be even considered. The assessor went above and beyond and considered the income just as a basis of comparison by using all 3 approaches to value, and as such did more than she had to make sure that the assessment was equitable. Based on the fact that we, looking at the rules of evidence, have more comparable sales than I've ever seen in a tax appeal case before, supporting the assessor's conclusion. Typically 3, maybe 4, 5 if we're lucky. In this case, we have over 10. How the taxpayer's representative can't believe that these properties are very similar to the subject property is a question only he can answer. And I look at it and I say, I think the assessor has done an excellent job in presenting what she needed to do to value these properties under the statutes as governing Wisconsin Property Tax Administration. Knowing that, I would make a motion that we open for discussion, any discussion items that any of the members of the board have on the information that's been presented.
So the public hearing is closed.
Not at this point.
Okay.
I haven't given them a chance to ask each other questions.
Okay. Okay. I just have one question for Mr. Kohlenberg. On the property of 2818, the Assessor's Department has theirs as 266.6, and you have it at 108,200.
I noticed that too. It was.
I'm just curious if that was a typo or if that's because everything else that you have on 2816 is 250,900. The city you have 195,900. 2814 is city has 250,100. You have 195,300. And in 2812, the city has 250,900. You have 195,900. How can the city have the largest number at 266.6 and you have it at 108,200? I'm just curious where you came up with that number.
I can interrupt.
See it?
I believe I caught that too, and I was going to mention that because the numbers are
That just stood out to me, Rich. You know, that was just. So I guess that's my question on 2818 No Oaks.
So all of the calculations are at my office on my computer. I can't answer it without looking at the underlying data.
Okay.
Fair enough. Anything else from the board? Mr. Kohlenberg, any questions you'd like to ask of the assessor?
Am I entitled to a closing statement?
No. You're given an opportunity to present evidence. You've had that opportunity. So now I'm giving you the opportunity to ask questions of the assessor, and I'm going to give the assessor the same opportunity with you.
So just for the record, for clarification, I can ask the assessor a question but I cannot make a closing statement. Is
You
that
had your
correct?
opportunity to present evidence to the board, and you did. So that has come and gone. Now is your time to ask questions of the assessor on her process and procedure, if you so desire.
I understand. Do you believe that a leased fee estate is the same as a fee simple estate?
I believe, I guess when I would look at it, I would have to look at each document and determine that based off of the information that is related to that property. Now, they have two different definitions, so I would not say that it's the exact same thing because they are two specifically different definitions.
Maybe you can enlighten me. What are the two definitions?
Well, I'm not a Webster dictionary, so I'd have to go out and track that, and I don't have my computer in front of me to specifically state each definition.
I have a question for Craig. Do you know the difference between a leased fee estate and a simple estate?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do.
You don't need a dictionary. You can just answer.
If you're asking for explicit terminology and verbiage to identify the difference between the lease fee estate and fee simple estate, I can't quote that.
Okay, what is your understanding of the difference between the two?
The subject property has a lease in place, and therefore we recognize that there is a leasehold interest.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
It does. I have a question for the lead assessor. Now knowing what a leased fee estate is and a simple estate, do you believe that these properties are leased fee or simple?
I guess I'm still not, I'd have to look at the actual documents to say, you have not provided any documents stating one way or the other, and I don't have the deed in front of me to read that. So I'm not going to state something that, without documentation that I can look at, I'm not going to state an answer for you.
Actually, your answer just answered my question. I have another question for you. Are these properties encumbered with a lease?
Again, I would have to look at each individual lease. I mean, you're asking me for a very vague statement.
Okay.
And leases have lots of different aspects to them.
Right. So I gave you a document. It was the rent roll, which shows that these properties are leased. Okay? That means that they're leased fee estates. Now that you know that they're leased fee estates, without looking at the lease, are they encumbered or are they unencumbered?
So it depends. You have one that is vacant and has no lease. So we're talking about 5 different properties here, and you're asking me to give a specific general statement about all of them. So you have one that's vacant, and you have different dates as to when they're occupied, when they're not occupied.
You've answered
So
my
the
question.
dates.
That's great. Let me see if I have any other questions without making it a closing statement. I think that the assessor's last response puts a conclusion to everything that I have to say with regard to grasp of the knowledge of a fee simple versus leased fee and what this entire hearing is about. No further questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the assessor's office or staff for the taxpayer's representative?
No.
Any follow-up questions from the board? next stage, which is creation of a motion. Based on the evidence that's been presented here today, I find that this appeal is very similar to the one we moved on earlier, that the assessor followed proper procedure, and that the Wisconsin statutes are being followed by, and the rules of evidence being followed, and that the assessments on these 5 parcels identified as Riva East should be sustained. I made a motion. Do I have a second? Are we on west? I'm sorry, I pulled over east. Thank you for the correction. Correction is Riva West.
The ownership is Riva West LLC. These are the 5 parcels on the east side of the road.
Thank you. I thought I had the right one.
I'll second the motion.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note, we have a unanimous vote that the assessment shall be sustained as developed by the assessor. Again, this is for parcel 0609-114-2473-2, also known as 2810 No Oaks Ridge. Parcel 0609-114-2462-2, 2812 No Oaks Ridge. 0609-114-2451-2, 2814 No Oaks Ridge. 0609-114-2440-2, 2816 No Oaks Ridge. And finally, 2818, parcel number 0609-114-2429-2, 2818 No Oaks Ridge. I will now turn over my pile of paper to the clerk so she can have the exhibits that were presented for both the appeals. And it looks like she has something for me. Okay. That concludes the cases that are identified on our agenda, but we do have item 5 on our agenda, which is requests for subpoena information from the assessor.
So
Matt?
I'm placing in front of you, Chair, the subpoenas that are being requested from the assessor's office. And there are a total of 18, I believe, in duplicate.
So before the board, Attorney Seibel was writing up the subpoenas throughout yesterday and last night. So those 13 are the subpoenas for Mr. Kohlenberg that we are requesting for his additional parcels. And she didn't have the other ones ready. So if you would like to act on that, I can go see. I believe she has another tax rep that has their subpoenas ready for them. But I would need to be able to have a little bit time to print off and just see where we are if the board wanted to act on these right now, and I could take a few minutes to go back and come up with our other subpoenas for the other commercial properties.
So these are subpoenas for multiple properties under appeal. Since we've finished the residential, these are primarily commercial properties.
Correct. Those are the commercial that Mr. Kohlenberg, and I know he said he would be out of the country for a while, so we wanted to make sure we got his to him today, that if we can sign, there's 2 copies of each one. So there's a total of 26 signatures, but 13 parcels that we would be subpoenaing additional information on. And so we thought this way we can deliver it to him in person today, since he is here.
Okay.
Do you want a motion, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Motion to, would it be accept the subpoenas, or what's the word?
I can request the board, the assessor can request the board to request additional information based on a subpoena, And that's what those are for. It is the board's decision whether you choose to subpoena that additional information or not.
So how would I word the motion is what I'm asking you. So I want to be helpful here.
Accept the subpoenas.
That's what I thought.
Yep,
I
I
make a
think
motion
so,
to
just-
accept the subpoenas as
Submitted.
submitted by the assessing department.
I have a motion and I have a second.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Let the motion read or know that there are additional subpoenas that are in the process of being prepared that are being included in this motion. They will be done as soon as we can get them into get them into me so I can sign them.
So that means, Mr. Chair, before we vote, the rest of us will not need to stick around for that, will we?
The rest of you will not need to stick around while I sign subpoenas, that's correct.
All right.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Let the record note, a unanimous decision. I will work on signing the subpoenas so that they can be distributed as quickly as possible to the parties involved. The next act on our agenda is considering new business and scheduling additional board review dates if needed. Currently, we have the 19th scheduled as our next meeting date.
At 8 a.m., correct, sir? That's correct. Yeah, I believe it's September 19th at 8 a.m., Monday morning.
September 19th at 8 a.m. of the year 2022, we will reconvene the Board of Review of the City of Fitchburg to continue the appeal process with commercial property appeals.
Hold on,
Yep. Mike, please.
Don't forget you have the one residential that will be at 8 a.m. that day.
Oh, we have a residential carryover, okay. We'll start with the residential carryover and then continue with the remaining commercial property appeals on the 19th.
correct.
Mike, please note that I will not be able to make the meeting on the 19th.
Thank you, Alden.
On that same topic, I don't know where I'll be. I'll try, but
Hearing that, I'm going to ask the clerk, as she does periodically, to send out the correspondence that she does seeking response so that we can make sure we have a quorum on that morning. Because, right, on the 19th? She's noting that in our official record of the day. And then with that, I will ascertain a motion.
move to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carried. Please let the record note at 1:57, we adjourn the meeting to be reconvened.